Good afternoon, everyone. We're now live. We're just waiting for we call them the hamsters to get rolling so we can live stream this. So welcome to the April 1st Electoral Area Services Committee meeting. We've received a lot of interest, and you are the first packed gallery I've seen in my 6 years, so I really appreciate you coming out. And I would extend my apologies to those that are not in this room and standing out in the rain. But, you know, they are important as well, and I want to recognize that they're out there with their concerns. With that, my name is Ben Martman. I am the Area Director for the Diamond North Oyster, and I am the chair of today's meeting. I would like to start with a land acknowledgement. Would recognize that the CVRD is on the unceded territories of the Quatsin, the Malahat, Sabasit, Halalt, Penelakut, Staminas, Liaxin, Pakijan, Didadat, and Pachidat nations whose people have walked gently here for thousands of years. And one of the teachings of the elders that they drummed into my smutkin was the words, Aya Thach Asu Sitsawata Chu, which is, please be kind and respectful. So that's my start of the day. I would also, it's funny with an echo in the background, like to recognize your work in the public. Those are the emails that I've received. I've personally responded to about 300. Maybe some of you have heard back from me, but you are being heard. This isn't all of them. There's probably hundreds more that we just couldn't collate in time. So your input is here and is continued to come in. Don't stop. This is what we need. I'd like to recognize that we have the directors in the room and we have the Director Acton online. Thank you for joining us, Director Acton. And if you wouldn't mind taking a moment to put your phones on mute or on vibrate, that would be great. And with that, I would call this meeting to order. Before we get going over to Mr. Robbins, though, I do have a couple of things because just so you understand sort of the process of this meeting, that my role as a chair is to be impartial, which is hard sometimes because you want to just get in there. But it's also to ensure that the business in front of the committee gets completed. It's to also ensure orderly and respectful conduct and ensure that the public are heard and can ask questions. And within the format of our committee, our meetings, that's done typically through public input period at the beginning of a meeting and also typically at the end of a meeting called question period. But we are not at the beginning of a meeting. We're actually smack dab in the middle of one. And we've had 5 hours of it, and I hope some of you have had a chance to enjoy that 5 hours viewing. And we've covered part 1 through 8 of 16 parts. But I've been assured by staff that the next 8 parts will be a little bit quicker, I think more like about 2 hours for us to get through. So we've covered things like definitions, general regulations, subdivision regulations, agriculture and forestry and residential zones. And we have a full page, I've been recording it, it's been going along, of things that we have questions and want staff to look at. So we are keeping track of those as well. But it's nothing like yours out there, folks. Yeah, you've got a lot bigger stack than we do, but we have a lot of overlap. So with that, I've been thinking about this meeting and trying to think of all the different processes that we have to follow at the same time, honor your presence here and honor that the need to be heard is so important. And there's different ways of being heard, but I would try to explain that. So before we get into the meeting, I'm going to also have a couple of comments, but I'll have some amendments to maybe help us navigate the next few hours together. You know, the huge interest of this draft bylaw is something that I think I've been trying to tell my community for the last couple of years pay attention to the zoning bylaws. This is where the rubber hits the road. This is where it starts to impact people's living and lives and futures. So I've been telling this to the community, and then kind of poof, there it was last week or 2 weeks ago, I guess now. There's the draft zoning bylaw. So we're all seeing this together for the first time. This is an early draft, and I wish I could, someone suggested in one of their emails to me, then put draft across it everywhere. But we didn't do that. This is an early draft. And also some of the questions that are coming out, it's important to maybe answer them as quickly as we can through frequently asked questions. So we've got that up on the website as well. Community engagement, heard it loud and clear. We really do have to pay attention not only to do it, but do it right. So people have been given lots of advice on what right looks like, and I hope staff will have a chance to look at that and design something that is really effective. So I fully expect a staff report will come back on the next EASC meeting on April 15th, talking about timelines, what that means, because doing it right is going to take some time. With that, given all of this, I would like to propose the following amendments, and I had to write this down, folks, because there is a bit of a issue of making, when you make motions or make amendments, that the wording meets the requirements. But number one, and I think this is important, that we're going to defer any consideration of the preliminary comprehensive zoning bylaw draft and accompanying report until after the community engagement process is completed and revisions to the draft bylaw have been made. So we're not moving this forward to first reading. That's really what it's saying. The second thing that I'm looking, to the committee for is that we proceed with reviewing the overall presentation today, that we complete this document. And this will help us all better understand what is in the current draft and ensure that we are all informed together as we move forward into the engagement phase. Number three, because we're in the middle of the meeting, public input has already passed, so I would like someone in here to also make the motion that we provide the opportunity for the public input today on things for up to 30 minutes for that allotted input. So we're not quite there yet. We got one, I have one more, and this is probably the one I heard a lot about, and this is around public hearing. And so public hearings are important. They also are a bit of a due process piece, but I think the way forward with this right now, and this came from Director Wilson, he had a notice of motion saying, let's get a public hearing on the record. Well, putting a public hearing directly on the record means that once you've taken information from public hearing, we can't do anything more with it. We can't take any more information in after that. So we want to get the public hearing at the right time. So I want to make a motion that we affirm our commitment to recommending a public hearing at the appropriate stage. So when we get it after that public, we talk to you first, have your questions, get everything sort of worked out, and then we can talk about when we have a public hearing. But this is a commitment to having a public hearing. So would anybody move those motions? Mover and a seconder, and we have anybody with comments? And I don't know why your microphone's not showing up. Oh, there it is. Director Morrison.
I was going to raise a point of privilege. We had some really annoying microphone noise or speaker noise here that was making it difficult to concentrate, but it seems to have been.
We have a in there. Yeah.
So it seems to be addressed.
Okay.
So thank you.
All right. Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor that's duly seconded. Anybody have any comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? So also to try to help with the process, I also really felt that you needed to hear this up front rather than sitting for 2 hours and going like, what are they going to decide? So you have a good idea of what we've decided. So now I turn it over to our parliamentarian and to take us into public input period.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Patrick Robbins. I'm the Corporate Officer for the CVRD. I just have a preamble that we like to provide to those that are providing public input period. And so I'll just begin with that, and then the Chair will commence with taking your input. The public input period is to offer the public an opportunity to comment on an agenda item before the committee considers the item. The public input period procedure policy allows for an allotment of typically 15 minutes. And I understand that this committee would like to extend that and double that time, where the speaker is welcome to comment on any items on the agenda up to a maximum of 3 minutes. And of course, the only agenda item today is the draft comprehensive zoning bylaw. This excludes items that are or have been the subject of a public hearing, and the chair just mentioned the rationale behind not holding the public hearing or calling for the public hearing, simply to ensure that there is great opportunity for public input before you formalize a public hearing. Input from the community is valued and appreciated. We simply request that input is presented in a friendly and respectful manner. And of course, your cooperation in maintaining a safe, respectful, and orderly environment is greatly appreciated. And I also understand that we have people in an adjacent committee room, and I believe that we're going to alternate speakers to come up to the podium.
Yep.
With that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. And so for those listening in the other room, you aren't being ignored. What we will be looking for is trying to have a speaker come to the podium from the gallery here, and then someone from the other room come in and stand behind. And then when that person's standing behind and goes to speak, someone from the gallery, and we'll just go back and forth till we get to our 30 minutes. Only other thing I would like to say is we want to hear everything that we can in the next 30 minutes. And so to do that, if you stand up there and you've heard someone come before and said something that you agree with, go ditto. And then tell us the things that you have to add to it, because we will be recording this and we are listening very carefully. I would ask directors to close their computers so that we give you our full attention. So no other side things, even Director Morrison. So, okay, thank you. Okay, so with that, I would turn to the gallery and for the first speaker, and if you'd like, just come to the podium. Yeah, come up to the podium. Yeah, okay, and we have people, so yeah, you're going to have to sort of self-select in a minute, but we're going to have someone come from the other room next. So remember, and then we'll just go in that order. So with the rule at the podium, the only two things I ask of you, love to know your name and where you're from.
Okay, I'm Sandra McDonnell. I have Harlequin Stables on Yellow Point Road in Ladysmith.
There you are, neighbor.
Yes, cows.
Yes.
All for you.
Just had a calf yesterday.
I would like to talk about the unexpected negative consequences of the banning of boarding horses on small properties. There's no mention of this, by the way, in the OCD. I discussed this with Bettina Bobson, who is a renowned equine veterinarian in the CVRD. She estimates that this will probably impact about 1,000 horses, because she goes around to the little barns. Mm-hmm. She said that in her experience, most of the horses boarded in small areas are old, retired, trail horses, not your high-end Olympic jumpers. So if they are no longer allowed to be there, what's going to happen to them? That's 1,000 horses. They're not really saleable. Is the CVRD prepared to pay for the euthanasia of these horses? If they have to be euthanized, well, where are they going to go? Because CVRD does not take dead horses in their dump. So we've got a problem here. What's going to happen to all these horses? Now we've gotten rid of all these horses. What's going to happen to the farriers who used to do their feed? What's going to happen to the feed stores and the tack stores that sold them blankets? What is going to happen to the riding instructors who would occasionally come over and help them? Their livelihood is being severely impacted. So it must be that there is some really great economic advantage to the CVRD to ban small boarding horses, because I I was married to an economist for over 40, almost 40 years. I cannot possibly see what economic advantage this is doing for our rural area. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you. I know we'd all love to applause. I do too. But we'll try, maybe save it to the end, or maybe after Murray too. Well, thank you very much for your,
Am I
your
on?
comments. You are on, and your 3 minutes is starting.
I'm obviously not a horse person. I got 2 words for the lady in front of me, Elmer's glue. But anyways, back to reality.
Point of order. One farmer to the other.
Okay. I don't have everything prepared, as I was told by the rather heavy-handed security fellow that all speaking spots were taken. This was down at the front door of the Gestapo, who's one of my
Murray-
employees.
Murray, let's try to keep it, as I said, kind and respectful.
Okay.
No
The-
heavy-handed,
the young,
no Gestapo.
The young fella down at the
Thank
front
you.
door, nobody was allowed to sit outside here, which at every other meeting I've been at, they were allowed to, and their little protest signs were allowed out in the hallway. But anyways, I think we got a real problem here with staff. You know, I've been told many times here before to be respectful and yada yada. Staff here and the directors here are all employees of the taxpayers of the CVRD. Now, the young lady here that's the current CAO, unfortunately, I intended a reconciliation.
So Murray, I'm going to stop right there because right now we're talking about the comprehensive zoning bylaw. I would ask you do not specify any staff member,
Okay.
okay? And we're talking about the CZB, please.
The problem is that this comprehensive zoning bylaw came from staff. I don't know where else it came from. Is that true? Well, you can't answer, so I'm going to assume it's true. This was rubber stamped, I believe, by only 5 out of 9 directors. You can know if that's true. I applaud the 4 directors that were able to see the folly of this and vote against it. I'm just concerned in our area H of the CVRD, and I better announce Murray McNabb, 4659 Yellow Point Road, Ladysmith, BC. The people in the diamond have had somebody draw a magic line around their community, and it's an urban containment boundary, which doesn't sound too bad. There's going to be some new houses, I guess. But then to get slammed with this bylaw, which the directors say they've never seen, I have to point back to someone in staff must have come up with this bylaw and the rules. For some of these people that have 3-acre, hobby farms now, I know the big farmers that are covered by supply management, they poo-poo the small farmers. But the CVRD, the municipality of North Cowichan, when I worked there, the city of Nanaimo, they all come out with lip service that we're supporting the farmers. Well, horse muffins. Talk is cheap. They're not supporting anybody. These small farmers, I don't care if they have 12 chickens, grow 2 tomato plants, they all help with food security, which is a real problem in Vancouver Island.
So you're at your 3 minutes, so.
3 minutes is up, and
Yeah,
have a good
wrap
day.
it up. Yep.
I've got things to do. Thank you.
Murray, thank you very much. And we have someone else coming up. And just your name and where you're from, please.
Hi, I'm Kyle Cheveldayoff. I'm just south of Duncan. Thank you for hearing me today. This bylaw will cause much pain for people living throughout the CVRD. You all work for us, not against us, and please remember that you're one of us as you're making these rules. I hope my words reset your moral compass today. I'm a local dad, a part-time psychologist, raising my 6-year-old half-time. We live in the valley, humbly, on rented land, with hope one day to buy or share land, because I choose it for my mind, my body, and my spiritual well-being. I'm reconnecting like my ancestors did, my version of Little House on the Prairie, my daughter's favorite show. Our municipalities need more of this and less city life that's simply too expensive, unhealthy, and dependent on the system. And you will take this away from us. If groceries spike or produce runs low, I can grow more. And my daughter is learning the cycle of life and how it works and how to carry this knowledge forward to her children. And you want to take that away from her. If my neighbors need help, I have skills. I used to be a first responder. I can swing a hammer, and I'm there to support. And you want to take that away from them. I sweat and get real fitness outside, not rotting on a couch with legacy media, poisoning me with war noise and political divisiveness. We, us, are the change that is needed right now to reconnect with nature, build community, and give actual restitution to the earth. Yet governments preach carbon cuts and smaller footprints, but your rules do the opposite. Banning long-term RVs and park models substantially limit chickens and eliminate roosters? Seriously? Do you actually realize what you are planning to enforce? Consider reducing chicken population and eliminating roosters. This will cause long-term damage with changes in natural breeding cycles. Reduce genetic diversity and reduce homestead eggs for families like mine. We're all not going to live on Farmer Ben's eggs. You'll force reliance on factory farms, more transport emissions, more antibiotics, less food security. That's not green. It's backwards. It's hypocritical, and it's harmful. Psychologically, living with the land and in community builds resilience and mental health. Uprooting and limiting our lifestyles will immediately spike anxiety, depression, and stress-related diseases. And you'll own that fallout. Where's your relocation plan, financial aid, counseling? You can't gatekeep and dodge karma. It revisits in this lifetime or the next. And that's not a threat. It's just how life works. What you do unto others comes back to you.
You're getting...
Let us stay self-sufficient. I'm almost done. Let us stay self-sufficient and connected to the land. That's the highest good for us and the planet. I hope you pray, I hope you meditate, and I hope you contemplate on what we are all saying today. Thank you, everyone, for letting me speak.
Thank you, Kyle. And so, were you from the back room? No. Maybe we need somebody from the back room? Great, okay, thank you. Come forward, just state your name and where you're from, please.
Hi, my name is Kel Stone, and we have a Clearwater farm in Cobble Hill. I have a farm on the water down there.
Welcome.
And we also have an art gallery. And my concern today is multi-purpose for me being here, but I think people are covering part of the thing about the farming aspect of it. Mine is concerning small business. We have an art gallery that we open on the weekends in the summer. And I put out signage in the morning, and I take it in the evening every weekend through the summer. And I want to have a clear understanding. Am I not going to be able to advertise my business with the signage bylaw being changed? And that's the question I have. And I really can't understand the way it's written, whether that excludes what I do or whether it eliminates me from advertising my business. So that's my question, and I hope you're able to answer it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kyle.
Hello, my name is Warren. I'm from Paldy area. Thank you, Ian, for continuing the fight against the MOPC or MOCP. I'm here on behalf of my neighbors and anybody in this zoning. Mine is F2A, which is a residential forestry lot. And then you have proposed, I guess, to put us into Forestry 1 and remove our ability to build a second dwelling, which is a direct effect on our zone, our value of our property and what we can do in the future. I have 2 kids. I'm here to, I moved to the rural area to give my kids a lifestyle that I grew up with. And the removal of our ability to have the access to maybe bringing in my parents to live on our property, or even having an income, modest income to support the lifestyle of ever growing cost to live in this world, So I would ask you to follow Ian and try to stop and pause, which you've already said you have, but also go back and look at the MOCP and try to repeal and revise that as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Warren. Was there someone from the other room, or are you?
I don't see anybody from the other.
Anybody else from it? Yeah, okay, yep. We were just trying to alternate so we can cover as many as possible. Okay.
I can wait.
So to come to the podium, state your name and where you're from, please. Oh, you just,
I just turned it off.
yeah, it's okay, happens.
Thank you. My name is Rebecca Papadopoulos. I own and operate Keating Farm in the Glenora area, in Area E. I also am on the board of the Cowichan Ag Society and Tourism Cowichan, and one of the co-founders of the Agritourism Collective of Vancouver Island. So I'm here speaking on behalf of a number of organizations today. I just first wanted to say that we do appreciate the work that CVRD is doing in improving our OCP and zoning bylaws. Like, we do acknowledge the fact that these are documents that are way out of date, and that's causing a lot of issues for individuals in our community and businesses as well. So it is very, very important work that you're endeavoring to do. And we do really appreciate that that work is ongoing, and realize that this is not an easy job and is quite controversial. So we do want to say thank you and support that effort. I find it interesting that there's a lot of statements about this document, the bylaw, zoning bylaw, being kind of a first draft or being new, and that it's marking the beginning of this process. But farmers in our community have been providing meaningful, detailed feedback into this process for 3 years. We've been attending workshops, we've been responding to surveys, we've been organizing our own gatherings, we've been putting together written comments and feeding into this process. We provided a lot of input before the MOCP was approved, and we were told that a lot of the feedback that we were providing wasn't addressed in the MOCP because it was zoning bylaw related. And we provided a tremendous amount of feedback through the workshops that CVRD had run on the agricultural portions of the bylaw a year or so ago too. You can imagine how concerned we were when we saw the draft of this bylaw come forward with the large majority of that feedback not being addressed within those documents, or that's our opinion. Is that if you go back line by line through that feedback that was provided, much of the feedback that we've provided has not been addressed there. So that leaves farmers in the community feeling like they're not being heard, and that our input is not being valued and respected. So the draft comprehensive zoning bylaw as it stands today does not include the feedback that we've been providing for 3 years. And it's my opinion that these policies would be devastating to both agriculture and tourism. And really that these policies would prevent farmers from participating in agritourism and diversification activities in a meaningful way. I don't think that they're intended to cause harm, but I'm here to tell you that these would be very harmful policies to see implemented. I know for ourselves, for Keating Farm specifically, if the bylaw were to be updated in the condition that it's in today, it would end our business. We would very likely have to close our farm and shut our doors and sell our property as a result of the bylaw as it stands right now. And I don't say that lightly, and I don't say that as like some sort of exaggerated statement. That's a reality for us. It would have devastating impacts.
And if you can, maybe you've come to your 3 minutes, and maybe
Yep,
just wrap.
absolutely. So coming back to the energy around this right now, I really feel, my sense is that the community is so upset because they're not feeling heard, and that the feedback is not feeling welcome and it's not feeling valued. And I've heard a number of things from you, Director Martman, earlier today that really is starting to change that tone and dialogue, which I really do hope continues to be the case. I think the community is calling for this effort to be a community-led effort, and that these documents the community is involved in the preparation of the documents in a meaningful way. So I really do feel like it's time for us to go back to the drawing board, drive this forward as a community-led initiative. Bring experts to the table from the agricultural community, from the tourism community to weigh in on these policies and these drafts before they're put out for public review. So I would love to see that the documents are meaningfully revised, that the feedback that's already been provided by the farming community is actually incorporated, and that really in the end, we're all aligned in that we want to see these documents reflect the needs and desires of the broader community. So we all have the same goal in mind there. I was very relieved to hear about the motions and the moves to not move the document forward for first reading, and also to hear that there was a commitment around future public hearings. I think that is really wise and appreciated. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Rebecca. So we're moving through. How are we doing, Mr. Robbins? Okay, all right, good. We're halfway through, folks, so those people who are wanting, I hope we can get most of you. All right, your name and where you're from, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Leslie McDonnell. I am from Area H, Yellow Point Road. And so a couple of the key factors that stand out to me most, the fines being $50,000 a day seems extremely high. The security aspects of giving officers the right to enter your property to check on your bylaws without a warrant seems to go against personal security. Parcel size requirements. 40% of agricultural land are smaller than 4 hectares. And many of these have 4 hectares or larger. No understanding as to why the parcel size, especially when it comes to the equestrian centers and agritourism accommodation. I am a realtor. I am also a farmer. And as a realtor, I have lots of clients that want to live in a couple of acres, maybe have a horse or two, maybe have some goats, maybe have some chickens. You know, the restrictions on the chickens are incomprehensible to me. I don't know what the difference between 6 or 16 chickens are, as somebody who's raised chickens her entire life. When I look at the official community plan, so I've read both the bylaws and the community plan, and the official community plan states they want to strengthen local food and agriculture. I'm sure putting down so the family of 4 can only have 4 chickens, not everybody can have breakfast that morning. Encourage agricultural economic diversity, including connections between agriculture and tourism, local agricultural processing, and value-added agriculture. These are direct words. Support agritourism as defined by Agricultural Land Reserve and Use Regulation. Year-round tourism. Expand tourism opportunities, including agritourism. Now, we read the bylaws. Agritourism accommodation shall only be permitted on parcels which are 4 hectares or larger. So 40% of your agricultural land is SOL. Agritourism accommodation shall be used seasonal, short-term rental use only, operating between April and September of the year inclusive. So in order to support the year-round tourism that the OCP suggests, we're going to limit it. And only on parcels within the ALR, and agritourism accommodations may not contain plumbing features, kitchens, or kitchenettes. So if you want to have somebody come to your farm and show them how farming is, you have to make sure you have an outhouse for them because God forbid you have indoor plumbing. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Who's next? Just come to the podium, state your name and where you're from, please.
Hi, my name is Alex Johnson. I live in what used to be West Home, right? I got absorbed. I just got 3 really quick questions, right? I don't hope they're not off topic, right?
Just so you know, there is question period at the end of the meeting. So I'm not. I have to sit here and listen. I'm going like but
I'll take less than a minute.
Okay,
right?
fair
right?
enough.
Depends
But I
on
can't
what you
answer
want to do
questions,
after that,
just so
right?
you know.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm wondering why this action was presented. Was there a number of complaints over existing and were the present farms offending our neighbors? The other thing I'd like to know is will you present local input comparisons for the persons who are not opposed to these changes? And my third question is, how many people here on council, maybe with a show of hands, are actual farmers? I got 3. 4? That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
That was a little interactive. Wow. Thank you. Someone next? Okay.
Hi, my name is Lydia Fleischer, and I live in Shawnigan Lake.
Welcome, Lydia.
Thank you for having me. I had to bring my daughter today just because I thought it was really important that I'm here. A previous speaker mentioned about families wanting to come have small parcels of land where they can homestead, and we are exactly that family. One of the big things that was addressed in the overall community vision was addressing food insecurity. And by us wanting to homestead on a parcel that is too small to have any more chickens in the future and any real ability to grow and feed ourselves with our own animals on land is directly impacted. I grew up in 4-H. I was part of the Growing Young Farmers, both as a direct delivery and as a board member, so I have really deep roots in farming. I grew up on the peninsula, and we moved from Sydney to the Shawnigan Lake area because we wanted to own dirt so we can grow animals, grow vegetables, and feed ourselves and raise my daughter in a way that's sustainable, so that it's not agriculture in a commerce sense, but agriculture in the everyday family sense, so that we can be food secure and self-sufficient. And we are that family. That's directly being told by the proposed bylaws that that's no longer a reality. Had we chosen, we specifically chose to move to this area to be able to do that. But right now, as it stands, if these legislative changes go through, where I grew up out in Sydney, I'd be allowed to have more chickens than I would be in rural Shawnigan Lake. And for that, I think it's important that all the points that people have put forth is that we do really evaluate how this actually impacts and how many people of part of community, their lifestyle and their ability to look after their land and themselves and their businesses are directly impacted and negatively. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lydia. Thanks for coming to the podium. Who's next?
Hi, I'm Karen Gillis. I'm from Cobble Hill, and
Hi, Karen.
I honestly don't understand how we even got to this point and that we're even here spending this kind of money talking about these issues. I mean, I used to be proud to be in Cobble Hill. You take away our farm stands, our eggs, our signs, our fences, you take away all that stuff. I'm not going to be proud of where I live. I mean, we have 2 children, and we talk about Cobble Hill all the time. I mean, we trust in our area directors. We voted you guys in to represent our interests. Well, I don't see the fact that we're even here, that our interests are even being heard. I agree with everything that any speaker before me has presented, and I strongly represent everyone in this community to rip up this bylaw atrocity.
Thank you. Who's next? Is somebody in the other room? No. I think I heard a door open. I think, yeah, is there someone coming or not? Okay, then come ahead then, please. Yep, they'll wait. Oh, yep. Welcome, your name and where you're from, please.
I'm Matt Tuplin, and I'm South Duncan. I'm zone F1, and my goodness, this bylaw as it is now will uproot 20 years of my hard work. It'll destroy me financially, professionally. It'll destroy my kids' future. Can't build a house on my 14 acres for my children. There's nothing about this that is okay. You're taking away the right to repair, right to be professional on your own property. I've been serving this valley for 20 years. My father, 20 before that. No more. So if this passes, I'm done. And so many other people are done too. We will have land that I can't use, 10% of only. It's, I'm just blown away. But anyways, thank you.
Thank you, Matt. And come to the podium and say who you are, please.
Hello,
Where you're
my
from.
name's Kelly Ridley from Shawnigan Lake.
Kelly.
I just found out shortly ago that we're starting to allow like 150 units in one small piece of property. Is that to do with this thing, or is that already passed through in Mill Bay? that for, turning it into Langford, which is just a crap hole now.
Yeah, sorry, the language, but this is about the comprehensive zoning bylaw.
Oh, that was a
What you're
different thing that
referring
went through? I'm
to-
sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, no, you're
okay.
referring to is
Okay,
from a different
and
meeting.
wells, how about the people who have wells on their property and someone wanted to tax us on them or something? Was that the same thing?
Not particularly on wells, but it is around the zoning of the properties across the CVRD electoral areas. So it's not those two specific things, no.
Shawnigan Lake, you're not concerned about our wells?
No, the meeting today is about the zoning bylaws.
Isn't that part of a zoning I don't know.
I would, if you have something to say about wells, go ahead, because I probably couldn't.
Well, I
advise
have a
you.
well, right?
Yeah.
That's my only choice, right?
Yeah.
When I bought the property, right? So, and then I heard someone was going to tax me on something that is mine, right?
Haven't heard that in the bylaw, but
Okay.
sorry, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you for coming. And we still have a few more minutes, if anybody else, go ahead. Oh, I want her to come up. But the podium does go down if you want.
Good afternoon. My name's David Milne. I live in Area I on a waterfront property. And throughout all this, there's a lot of legitimate concerns being expressed. But where does this come from? What's the origin of these proposals contained in that? It's, like, who wrote it? What motivated? Are you trying to add to the quality of life? I'm mystified as I read through the document. So that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you for that. And I know. Yeah.
Step up to the plate.
Who wrote it?
Yeah. So this is public input. So this is your chance to tell us. So we will get into discussing the rest of this in a few minutes. But is there anybody else that would like? Looking in the other room? No.
Every one of you will be voted out, and I will do my hardest campaign ever to get rid of every one of you that has even considered doing this.
So just so you know, okay, thank you. I think we all heard that. Is there anybody in the other room that would like to come forward? One last check, please. Nope, nobody. All right, so we have come to the end of public input unless there's somebody online.
Well, can you tell us who wrote it? We just
Yeah.
want to know who wrote it.
So,
Somebody wrote it.
so
Question period.
yeah, it's like we have question period come up. There we have a procedure. I know it's awkward. It's government. It's bureaucracy, and we have an obligation to follow that. So it's how we get our business conducted. So the next piece will turn to Mr. Robinson if question input is ready, and we'll carry on. But let me just. So at this point, we are doing that second part of that amendment we made. So the second part of the amendment is that we're going to move over to staff to walk us through the remainder of the draft. But I just want to reiterate, we did go through definitions, general regulations, subdivision regulations, agriculture, forestry, and residential zones already. So what the plan is, we'll listen to staff. They'll walk us through the remaining zones. We'll ask questions around those zones. And then after that, we'll be turning to the committee to, if they had, any major sort of high-level questions about the first half of the meeting that we have, that since then we've had time to think about. And then we'll do a bit of a roundtable so you can hear from each director. And then we will open for question period. And I will do my darndest to answer those questions. Okay? Thank you. With that, I'll turn over to Ms. Wright. Unless you had something to add. Nope. Go ahead. It's over to you. Oh, that's me. Yeah. Sorry, one thing is you have to push these little buttons up here to get different microphones to turn on. And my granddaughter calls me Grandpa Fat Fingers. So sometimes my fingers don't quite cover the buttons right. So over to him. I think I've got seat 28, but it's not showing. There we go. Okay, over to you.
Great, thank you. My name is Lauren Wright. I'm a planning coordinator with the Community Planning Division. With me presenting, like last week today, is Bev Suderman, who is also a planner in community planning. So it's great to see the level of interest in the project so far, and thank you for the continued engagement. At last week's meeting, we covered general regulations, including subdivision, definitions, the establishment of zones, agricultural, forestry, and residential zones. And so today we'll be wrapping up the CZB review by focusing on commercial zones, industrial zones, parks and institutional zones, utility and transportation zones, freshwater zones, comprehensive development or CD zones, manufactured home park regulations, parking regulations, and sign regulations. So to jump into the first set of zones for today, the CZB includes 5 commercial zones, consolidating about 60 commercial zones from the existing bylaws. So the OCP contains 5 commercial-based land use designations. The village commercial designation supports commercial and mixed-use buildings that function as community gathering places with uses such as retail, restaurants, and personal services. The general commercial designation, which accommodates larger format commercial development serving both local and regional needs. The mixed employment designation, which provides for a broad range of employment uses, including light industrial, commercial, and office, with some accessory residential uses. And the tourist commercial designation, which supports tourism and recreational commercial uses across both rural and more urban areas. The OCP also identifies a crossroads commercial designation, which is intended to support small-scale and light industrial uses in rural, typically unserviced areas outside the ALR. Serving surrounding agricultural and resource-based communities. At this time, there are no parcels designated for this use, so there's no corresponding zone that has been applied through the CZB. So there's 5 commercial zones that are included in the CZB to implement these OCP land use designations. The first is the C1 Village Commercial Zone that supports commercial uses that serve the daily needs of residents within village centers, complementing surrounding higher density residential development. The C2 General Commercial Zone accommodates a broad range of commercial uses serving both local and regional needs. The C3 Service Commercial Zone is intended for service-oriented commercial uses that support both local and regional communities. The C4 Mixed Use Commercial Zone implements the mixed employment designation, allowing for a range of commercial, light industrial, and employment uses. And the C5 Tourist Commercial Zone focuses on commercial and recreational uses that support tourism throughout the region. So the commercial zones include a minimum parcel size ranging from 0.2 to 0.6 hectares on service lots, depending on the type of commercial activity. Larger parcel sizes are permitted where only water services are available in accordance with the applicable OCP designations. The range of permitted uses varies by zone. The C1 Village Commercial Zone supports more compact forms, including neighborhood commercial and mixed-use buildings, which would be a commercial use on the ground floor with residential units within the same building. The C2 and C3 zones accommodate uses that require larger land areas and parking, such as general and service commercial. The C4 zone introduces light industrial uses mixed with commercial uses, and the C5 commercial zone focuses on tourism-oriented uses, such as temporary accommodation, which includes hotels, resorts, and accommodations like that, campgrounds, and associated uses like restaurants. Residential uses are also permitted in commercial zones. Multi-unit residential is supported in mixed-use formats in the C1 and C2 zones. More limited residential is permitted in the C3 and C4 zones, with 1 or more dwelling units based on minimum parcel size. In the C5 zone, residential use is limited to 1 single detached dwelling or 2 caretaker suites per parcel to support tourism uses. Density is regulated using floor area ratio in accordance with the applicable OCP land use designations. FAR is the total gross floor area of all buildings divided by the parcel area. A higher FAR indicates a higher density of development that could be supported. The C1 Village Commercial Zone supports the highest density with a maximum of FAR of 1.5. Other commercial zones generally permit a maximum FAR of about 1.0, allowing space for parking, buffering, and related servicing requirements like septic systems. The C5 zone varies significantly by use and therefore does not have a defined FAR in accordance with the tourism commercial land use designation. Building heights in commercial zones typically range from 8 meters, which is approximately 2 stories, up to 12 meters. So as a reminder from last week, these images are AI generated and are intended to illustrate general possibilities for how the zones could develop. They are not exact representations and do not fully reflect the draft zone regulations. As with all AI-generated content, the image should be used as a general reference only, and any details should be confirmed against the applicable proposed zoning regulations. So the AI illustration for the C1 Village Commercial Zone shows how village commercial development may appear across different parcel sizes. So the image on the left illustrates a mixed-use format with neighborhood commercial services at grade and multi-unit residential units, or multi-unit residential above, representing a higher density form. The image on the right shows the C1 zone that may also include lower density, standalone neighborhood commercial uses without a mixed use with residential component. The types of uses in this zone are intended to serve a neighborhood or a local focus, including artist studios, daycares, markets, offices, personal services like barbers and salons, public uses like libraries, post offices, small-scale retail, and similar services. So the C2 General Commercial Zone provides a mix of neighborhood and general commercial uses, supporting a broader range of services for both local and regional needs. Development in the zone is generally lower in density, with building heights of up to 2 stories, while still allowing for mixed-use formats, with commercial uses at grade and residential units above. This C3 Service Commercial Zone accommodates commercial uses focused on services such as repair, tool or small machine rental, maintenance, storage, and other trade-related activities. These may include neighborhood and general commercial uses, as well as automobile sales and rentals, car washes, gas stations, mini storage, warehouse, and wholesale operations. Building forms are primarily commercial, typically up to 2 stories, with limited residential uses permitted, generally integrated on upper floors. The C4 Mixed Employment Zone supports a broad range of both commercial and light industrial uses, including production, assembly, storage, distribution, sales, office operations, and both wholesale and retail activities. Buildings in this zone are primarily intended for commercial and industrial uses, typically ranging from 2 to 3 stories, with limited residential uses permitted on upper floors. And finally, the C5 Tourist Commercial Zone supports a range of tourism-focused uses, including assembly uses, campgrounds, cultural facilities, restaurants, and temporary accommodations such as hotels, motels, and resorts. Supporting uses such as small-scale retail, pubs, personal services, and offices may be integrated where they are complementary to the primary tourism use, along with caretaker or owner dwelling units. And so that leads us to the question portion of, in relation to commercial zones.
Where are you putting this stuff?
Thank you very much. Sorry, no, the question is to the committee, but we'll get to that question period. I'll make it really clear. So yeah, we worked through where any questions from directors on the commercial zone. I would look for Director Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. There was in Part 9, mixed commercial zone, which used to be, as far as I know, used to be called a mixed use zone, and now we have a mixed employment zone. So we've got 3 mixed uses, and I'm trying to figure out which is the right terminology here, because it's going to lead to more confusion.
Are you mixed up?
I am.
Okay. I'll turn to staff.
Commercial, and then mixed commercial, mixed use, mixed employment. What are we looking at here?
All right, I'll turn to Ms. Wright. Oh, sorry, wrong button. There you go. Here.
So through the chair, the zones have been created in accordance with the land use designation. So when we looked at the land use designation of mixed employment, when you read through the designation, it talks about mixed employment development, typically located on larger lots, with a greater flexibility and diversity of employment, including light industrial, institutional, commercial, office. So when we start talking about the zones themselves, we're really trying to recognize what's permitted in the current commercial zones, while also recognizing what the OCP designation is now. Meaning, what we permit now and in the designation is a lot of just mixed use, and that's where it is. From what we heard, and from my understanding of the public engagement through the OCP process, is the community would like to mix in more residential uses into commercial areas. So we're talking about ground floor commercial uses. If you want to think, a good example right now of a built-out area like that, a little, is Shawnigan Lake. In the village, they have a couple of buildings with ground floor commercial with a couple of units of residential above. That's what we're trying to permit more of through the commercial zoning. So it's called mixed use because it's not only commercial. It has light industrial, residential, other things like that mixed into it.
Do you have a follow-up, or, okay. Director McClinton.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to everybody in the gallery for sticking it out and making it through this. I appreciate everybody being here. I'm just curious, could you maybe just, for my own bearings, identify like one or two commercial zones that are in the CVRD somewhere, and what they're zoned now and what's being used to replace their zoning? Is there anything that popped to mind?
Through the chair, I think that refers to the public web map that we have out. So without that in front of me, not really. However, when we're talking about examples, what we've done is we've looked at where commercial zones are. The OCP then designated, I think, almost all of that land, if not all of it, that's currently designated or used to be designated commercial as commercial again. Meaning we just applied zoning that generally works with what is currently there, but usually permitting more now. So, sorry, I can't really talk about on a parcel by parcel basis.
Yeah, sorry.
Just to follow up, and if you can't answer, I know because I'm kind of putting you on the spot a little bit, but is there like a complex somewhere that's popular that pops to mind, like what that zoning would be right now that's in the electoral areas? And if you can't answer, we can come back to it.
Richmond's,
Yeah.
for instance, as an example, or the Mill Bay Shopping Center. Does
Okay, perfect. Yeah, Mill Bay
Okay,
Shopping Center. Yeah.
Yeah, Director McClinton, so you direct the questions to me.
Sorry. I know, but I'm just.
I know.
It's hard to deal with that.
So.
Bear with us 1 second.
Yeah. So maybe while you look at that, I'll move to another director to ask a question and come back to that one in a second. Okay, thank you. Director Morrison.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at a chart on page 142, and I'm just trying to ensure that I understand, and thank you for your comments earlier about the desire from our previous input to bring more residential use into our commercial zone. So if I could have some clarification, because I'm looking at the second line as building mixed use. I don't see anywhere in that list of principal permitted uses residential. I think the term that's used in the accessory permitted use is dwelling single detached. So my read is that there is as an accessory permitted use in C4 and C5, dwelling single detached. So that could be employment housing, or it could be, and then I also looked down at the bottom of that, suite caretaker. So I'd like to understand, is there a residential component allowed on all of our commercial zones? Or was there a specific delineation between, it looks like C1, 2, and 3 versus C4 and 5? I hope that makes sense.
So
Through the
over
chair.
Over to Ms. Wright. Yeah.
So last week, we also reviewed residential zones, and through the community engagement through the OCP, from what we heard is residential, when we have higher density, we would like to mix the use. So mixed use is a principal use mixed with one that's usually ancillary or accessory, meaning For example, in a more dense residential area, you would focus more of the density on residential, but permit maybe accessory commercial within the building. Think, gym or a library or an office on the ground floor and have accessory. It's the same here as what we are doing. However, the primary and the principal use is commercial and mixing that then with residential. Meaning in a commercial zone, it is, the focus is on requiring a commercial use in order to have the mixed use, and that mixed use is mixing it with residential. So you can have, we're talking about the bulk of it being commercial, and then the residential being supportive. So a good example, and I'll kind of mix this with, I hope, addressing Director McClinton's question as well at the same time. The Thrifty's Plaza Shopping Center in Mill Bay, the designation for the OCP is village commercial, meaning through this, we have applied the C1 neighborhood commercial zone. That neighborhood commercial does have a mixed-use component to it. However, we are focusing on keeping that commercial there, but also supporting the higher density above in some way. So we're really focusing, when you read the RM, the multi-unit residential zones that we did last week, as well as the commercial zones, you'll see that the RM zones focus on requiring, or the principal use is being residential, whereas the commercial zones focus on the principal use being commercial. However, mixing the uses to ensure that there's a lot of flexibility in how a landowner would like to develop their land in accordance with the OCP designation.
Follow-up, or are you okay?
Well, very briefly, yes. So that is a great clarification in that building mixed use will ensure that there's that residential component if there's a commercial principal use to begin with. And I'm assuming that home-based business, it's allowed in 4 of the 5, but the prerequisite to the home-based business would have to be that residential or mixed-use component there first.
Over to staff.
So if I may, with the home-based business, why that's as an accessory permitted use is because that, if you do have units above and someone has a home office, they would be permitted a home-based business that would have nothing to do with the actual commercial units above or below. So if you had a pharmacy below with, if we take Mill Bay Shopping Center and continue with that example, if we develop more units above, residential units, those people may or may not be associated with the commercial uses below, but would be able to establish their own home-based business in accordance with the regulations that are in the CZB.
Thank you. It's much clearer now. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And Director McClinton just wants a quick follow-up on that example, I think.
Yeah, thanks for that example. That's great. And just out of curiosity, is mixed use or is residential currently allowed on that Mill Bay? I know the theme through most of the OCP is to default to allowing more. So is it allowed residential right now?
That's right.
Bear
I think we
with
have
me
to dig
here.
down into the center again. So,
Let me get into the trenches. I can do this quickly, though.
okay,
C5, is that what it is?
Yes.
and I'm just testing in a few minutes whether we need to take a 5-minute break, but maybe we'll just get through this first. And we have Director Nicholson and Abbott, and then take a 5-minute break.
So this is off of my 8-point font I have going on based on the current zones. I don't believe so. I don't believe accessory residential is permitted. However, I might not be able to see properly either.
Okay. So she will follow up if there's something different from that answer. Director Nicholson, and then Abbott, and then 5 minutes.
Thank you. I think my APC will definitely appreciate this residential mixing in. And I guess maybe it would be a good idea somehow to rejig the tables, the summary of permitted uses, because I think it's not obvious in there that you can do that, so that one might help. But what I'm wondering is when I look at the commercial zones and I look at the light industrial, and then I look at areas in electoral area E, I can't figure out which ones should apply where. And you know, you go back to the land designations, it's not really that helpful in actually looking at the vision for the future. So I'm just wondering if makes sense if we've got this mixed residential thing that we want to bring into more areas, if it would be possible to simplify the number of zones. It seems like we've got quite a few commercial zones and quite a few, in, you know, and the light industrial, which kind of crosses over. So I find it very confusing.
Ms. Wright?
This is the C5 zone for Mill Bay Shopping Center?
So back to Director McClinton's question, I stand corrected. Yes, multi-unit dwelling above ground floor of any building is currently in the South Cowichan bylaw for the Thrifties property. So they could do it, and we'd be continuing the use that way. Sorry, Director Nicholson, on to your question. The simplification, there are so there are right now 5 commercial land use designations. We developed a zone in accordance with 4 out of 5, and as I mentioned, one of the designations does not actually have any land designated for it, which is why there was no zone. One of the designations we are finding quite big. General commercial applies to a lot of the land, however, the uses get on the ground at times not as compatible with where they are on the ground, meaning allowing outright, for instance, a gas station just anywhere where general commercial, if you look at the mapping, that's most places. So we started looking at where gas stations are currently permitted, making sure that that continues to stay. However, we separated general commercial into 2 separate zones, which is the C2 and the C3, general commercial, and then service commercial. Service commercial is where we'd have more automobile services, thinking about like Area E in the Allenby Road area, that is service commercial. We're trying to keep that level of commercial in certain areas, whereas allowing the general commercial that is more within buildings and not requiring kind of supporting outside, using the land outside for the commercial use in other areas in accordance with the OCP, where the OCP designation falls on the ground. So I understand what you're saying about maybe simplification. We can definitely look into it. What we've tried to do was just when you look at the definitions of, general commercial use, mixed commercial use, they're very permissive. They're taken into account what is already permitted in the zones that were put into this current zones that were put into the new proposed zones. And we're just trying to go site by site, which is what we're asking APCs to do too, really look site by site to make sure that we're recognizing what's permitted on the ground. We're ensuring that it still remains permitted in this zoning bylaw, but also allowing more potentially in many areas.
A follow-up? Okay, so I have to find your button here. Here you are.
Yes, well, I really would appreciate you having a conversation with the APC because they've thought a lot about this particular issue for both the Cowichan business area and the stuff along the highway, the bench road and so forth. And I think, they've got some good ideas. Thanks.
Great.
Thank you for that. Director Abbott.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Wright. This might be delving too deep into the weeds, but I came across site-specific page 145, and I just did a quick check of Cowichan Road. Those 2 addresses have Area D represented, but I believe they're Area E. They're on the west side of the Trans-Canada. Is that the kind of minutiae you want here, or?
Here was great. Usually at the AP, through the chair.
Yes.
Here's great. Usually through the APCs already sending an email because that's the kind of things that we're human beings. This isn't perfect. We require input at that level to make sure that this is as perfect as it can be as it moves forward. But yes, that's exactly what we're looking for from.
So within the last 7 days, I've received I now have a hard copy. It's a little easier so I appreciate the staff's help with that and apologize for detail.
You and I represent our gray hair. We wanted hard copy. She's taking, okay, we'll take a 5-minute break right now, come back at 17 after. So, thank you.
I don't think.
Director Wilson, we are buffering in here. Yep. Thank you, everyone, for, well, 7 minutes, okay. Sorry, you can't ask the question at this point, sir. No. Oh, you can ask that question. Okay, who has the volume control here? I want you to put your hand up when you can hear me. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, testing. How about now? Any higher?
I don't know if that's going to change.
Okay.
That's just the team.
So would this help if I speak louder? Yes, it would. Okay, and just if you would put your hand up every once in a while if we're not doing it, and then we'll try to comply, but it may be a little hard. And that also just goes as a reminder, if you have a conversation, I know we just shuffled the chairs and the decks, so you got someone new beside you. So if you need to, if you can go a little bit down the hall, if you need a conversation about something, that would really help, because as the gentleman pointed out, hearing is important, and we got to be able to do that. And so that being said, I would turn it back to staff, or Ms. Wright, if you want to take it forward on your report. And if you just wait 1 second, Director Acton, are you hearing us okay? She's not moving. Director Acton?
I can hear you.
Okay. Did you have any questions before we move forward?
Not on those, but unfortunately I did miss a little bit of what happened there. Had to restart my computer.
All right. Sorry about that.
But
yeah.
I think I'm okay.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. I'll watch for your hand to go up. Thank you. Okay. Over to staff. Ms. Wright. Ms. Suderman. Okay.
Okay, here we go. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. At this time, I'd like to present the industrial zones, which regulate the type, location, and appearance of industrial uses within the region. The CZB includes 7 industrial zones. The OCP includes 2 industrial OCP designations. So essentially the 2 designations are the light industrial designation, which supports industrial or mixed-use buildings focused on lower impact industry uses that can be supported on smaller lots, such as artisan studios, manufacturing, small-scale food processing, assembly and or repairing of materials. This type of industrial use is typically located in or near village and urban centers or at crossroads in more rural centers. And then the general industrial designation, which encompasses all other higher impact industrial activities that typically require larger lots for circulation, loading, surface parking, and storage. Development is typically located, in these cases, along major highway corridors or other major roads. The CZB proposes 7 industrial zones ranging from low or light impact to a heavier impact, along with zones that accommodate specific uses like storage, aggregate use, and auto recycling. These types of uses require regulation for screening and siting to manage the potential impacts. At a glance, you can see that the I-1 to I-4 industrial zones support increasing levels of impact. So the I-1 zone is suitable for smaller lot sizes and light industrial or mixed uses. The I-2 and I-3 zones require larger lot sizes and support light industrial uses along with general and service industrial uses. The I-4 zone supports heavier industrial uses requiring larger lot sizes. By the standards of other places, however, the CVRD really doesn't have any truly heavy industry. So I just want to make that clear, even though we're using the term. Where am I here? Oh, yeah, okay. The I-1 zone is the only industrial zone to permit mixed-use dwellings with up to 4 units permitted on a parcel, depending on servicing and parcel size. All other industrial zones permit 1 caretaker suite. And this is pretty consistent with existing zoning. The I-1 zone also includes a floor area ratio to manage density in a similar fashion to the commercial zones. Other industrial uses do not regulate the density in this way, but do provide for parcel coverage to limit the amount of parcel that can have buildings or structures. The I-5 to I-7 zones are heavier industrial uses with specific needs. The I-5 zone is focused on a range of storage uses with a minimum parcel size of 1 hectare. The I-6 zone is focused on aggregate industrial uses like batching plants, gravel processing, and general industry that requires more extensive outdoor uses on very large sites. And the I-7 zone is focused on auto recycling and service uses with a minimum parcel area of 2 hectares. So again, caution around the AI zoning, AI imagery, pardon me. But this sample illustration of the I-1 zone shows a range of light industrial or mixed uses within wholly enclosed buildings, including manufacturing, assembling, testing, service, maintenance, wholesale, and retail sales. And in this kind of a format, limited housing may also be provided in mixed-use formats, as shown in the building on the right. The I-2 zone shows a mix of light and general industrial uses within buildings or on sites, including assembling, processing, fabricating, manufacturing, testing, repairing, storing, and wholesale and retail sales. But residential use in this type of zone is limited to 1 caretaker dwelling per parcel. The I-3 zone illustrates a mix of light, general, and service industrial uses within buildings or on sites, including processing, manufacturing, testing, and so on, but also welding, transporting, distribution, servicing, printing, repair, and maintenance of motor vehicles, goods, and materials. Like the I-2 zone, residential is also limited to 1 caretaker dwelling per parcel. The I-4 zone focuses on providing space for heavy industrial uses within buildings or on sites, including manufacturing, processing, fabricating, extrusion, welding, servicing, repair, treatment, distribution, wholesale sales, sales and storage of products, materials, fuels, substances, or compounds. And 1 caretaker dwelling is permitted per parcel in this zone. The I-5 zone has a specific focus on storage, supporting uses such as commercial storage, mini storage people can rent, and outdoor storage and cold storage. This zone permits a single detached dwelling per parcel. So, for example, the building owner could live on site in a single detached dwelling while running their business on the rest of the site. The I-6 zone has a specific focus on heavy aggregate processing facilities that typically require a large outdoor footprint, including batching plants, gravel processing, etc. These uses are located on very large parcels with a minimum of 30 hectares and screened and buffered to limit visual impacts. And again, 1 caretaker dwelling is permitted per parcel in these types of zones for security purposes. The final industrial zone is the I-7 zone, which supports a range of automotive industry uses, typically requiring a large outdoor footprint, including recycling and salvage yards, servicing and workshops, or similar uses. These uses are located on large parcels of at least 2 hectares and screened and buffered to limit visual impacts. And for these uses as well, 1 caretaker dwelling is permitted per parcel. Whoops. Any questions?
Have a bit of a speakers list, so we'll start with Director Abbott.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Suderman. Why, as a general commentary, don't we allow caretakers across all I zones? And similarly, why couldn't we have a single dwelling? Is there a reservation in this day and age where we need more accommodation? It may not be ideal for some, but security and unique places to live, and it's probably a live-work arrangement.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Director Abbott. Every industrial zone permits some level of residential associated with it. The maximum is 4 units on an I-1 parcel, and the rationale for that is that it is very hard under BC Building Code provisions to closely associate industrial uses with residential uses. So there needs to be a lot of separation built into the arrangements. The other reason is that in places where there's been a lot of industrial land in the past and it's been converted to residential uses, because residential uses and industrial uses are not usually very compatible, then when those lands have been converted to residential uses, then there is actually a loss of industrial lands. And we already know in our region that there's a shortage of industrial lands from the industrial land strategy that was completed a few years ago.
Quick follow-up?
Yep, please.
My read of the tables would suggest that there's not accommodation allowed for L1.
I-1?
I-1. Either the sweet carrot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So if you, this is kind of back to last week as well, when you look at the definitions and we get more familiar with using them, should we continue to proceed? The definition of mixed-use building, and this is off the top of my head, not reading it, is a building that contains one or more principal uses with an accessory use, and it's very broad, meaning in an industrial area, the term would refer to one or more industrial uses, and then you could pick. It could be in a mixed-use building, you could have residential as well as part of that, but also to answer, I believe there is, is there a dwelling permitted in outright in I-1? 1 second. No, so that's where it would be. It would be in the mixed-use building where you would get the suites within an industrial complex.
Thank you.
Completed. Over to Director McClinton.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair. Just making sure I'm
Look towards me,
following.
please. Yeah. Keep your eyes forward.
I just want to say thanks for all the hard work. You guys are doing great. I've got actually 3 questions. The first one's quick. The auxiliary, it could also be commercial in an industrial. You could have industrial and commercial. Okay, fantastic. What would be the process? So I think it was the I-6, like say it's, they have 29 hectares. I think that's what 30 is the limit. What's the process for, and it's a perfect spot, everybody's in agreement, like let's get this moving forward. What's the process when they're just outside of the regulations?
It would be a site-specific rezoning. It would be really, if I-6 would be going into heavier industry, right? It's the aggregate industrial zone. We're talking about concrete manufacturing, crushing, things like that are loud, maybe dusty, more larger trucks coming in and out of there. However, a site-specific rezoning to this zone could permit another property coming in, or this property, or the properties developing it in a different way that are currently assigned this zone.
Just to follow up to that specifically, so like, is that a variance? Does that come to the board, to committee and then to the board? Or like, how does that work?
No different than any other rezoning. Site-specific, we're meaning, going back to kind of the overview last week, we are using site-specific tables within each zone to kind of capture those unique uses that actually already exist now, and we hope to move it forward to be easier, so a parcel could be more included into an existing zone as opposed to continuing to develop one-off zones that would only be, that are very similar to existing zones, but there's just those little changes.
Yep.
So if a parcel wanted to come into I-6 and they don't have 30 hectares, it would be a site-specific to say, hey, this one parcel in particular would be 10 hectares, and there could be a couple other regulations within that site-specific table through a rezoning process.
Fantastic, that's good. And just because I'm really a visual person, I like picturing different spots in the Cowichan Valley. On that industrial zone coming down off the Malahat to the right, what did that get zoned? Or what would that get zoned as?
Do you mean?
You're talking about the auto salvage yard?
No,
at the top of the hill?
Yeah.
Bamberton, thank you.
Oh.
Yeah, what would something like that be zoned as?
Bamberton through Oh, are we talking about the Mill Bay Road,
Yeah, I think we're
Pemberton?
down in the weeds for this one because,
it?
yeah, I've sort of pushed staff to have to look at the
Sure,
specific parcel. and-
We can
yeah.
take it offline, that's
Yeah,
fine. If
okay.
you've come to it later, that's no problem.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll show you the map later too.
Sure.
Okay. Director Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just looking for my notes here. There was some mention of a word treatment in one of the paragraphs there. What does treatment mean?
Yeah, thanks. Over to, who wants to handle that one? Ms. Wright?
And I've got.
Okay.
and I'll go
I know you
back
got
to
the
my-
same thing, eyes forward,
Sorry, could I ask for a little more clarification? Oh,
Yeah.
do you mean the written or?
In the written, yeah, on one of the slides you had there was.
I-4 zone.
There was that one word of treatment in there. What does that actually mean? Because I want to refer to another part.
Bear with me, I just want to look up this one
Sure.
definition here. Through the chair, sorry.
Yep, fair enough.
It was in the industrial zones part that you presented.
Right. So I-4 is literally called heavy industrial. So when you go to the definition of heavy industrial use, we're talking about bigger ones. We're talking about batching plants, bulk storage, distribution of asphalt and concrete, commercial composting, automobile recycling. So treatment would be kind of, and I'm not going to go read the entire definition, but treatment would be in relation to these permitted uses. So for instance, like if you're doing, and I'm not in this industry, but concrete batching and things like that, you are washing, you're kind of like getting rocks and things ready to crush and things like that. It's in relation to what's permitted within the definitions of the zone.
Yeah, and you've actually, sorry, Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
follow
one
on,
more,
if I could, I couldn't see in the presentation there now the mention of the composting plant. Would that would fit into an industrial zone, and that would come under treatment as well?
So through the chair, the definition of, and so what would be permitted in the I-4 heavy industrial use does involve commercial composting, abattoirs, things like that.
Yeah, and one more if I could.
One more,
If
okay.
this is the case, then is there any kind of allowance for a buffer around those areas, considering the kind of stuff that they put out? And I can.
That's good. We got the picture.
We need some kind of buffer to protect if they are close by. Is there?
There are a couple of ways. One is the requirement within the zone for buffering and screening, and then the other is through development permits when new industrial uses are being proposed to make sure that the location of the use that could be a nuisance to the neighbors is kept as far away as possible and ameliorated as much as possible.
And that's in there somewhere, is it? Good, thank you.
Thank you, Director Wilson. Director Morrison?
Thank you, Chair, and I just about said ditto to Director Abbott's remarks, and I just want to go a little bit deeper into this because this is a document for the next 20 years, and I think that there might be some more, we could build more flexibility into these zones and commercial zones, and I'm going back to the residential component, and not residential as in build a unit for someone to come in and rent. I'm talking about employment accommodation. And, today's industrial processes are very different than processes of yesteryear. And I understand the incompatibility of having residential accommodations near, cement plants and asphalt plants and sawmills and the likes. I get that, but with so much changing, so much going indoors, we have a caretaker suite. And I think our vision of a caretaker suite was maybe something along the lines of a trailer or an RV on an industrial site near the front gate. Is there some more flexibility that could be built into this? I know that all across this region, there are houses that are full of lower income employees that businesses wouldn't be open if they couldn't accommodate their employees 5 or 6 to a house or 5 or 6 to an apartment. So I know that there is a desire amongst industrial property owners to provide employment housing that would be purpose-built, separate from the, the factory grounds itself. Have we got that flexibility in what's being proposed here?
Who wants to take that one? I haven't got your either speaker on. Ms. Wright. Oh, Ms.
Yeah, I
Sunderman.
would say, through the chair to Director Morrison, that the flexibility is not there at this time. And so if that is direction that the elected officials would like to give us, then we could work it through. We did have an application of that type recently, where a particular industrial business owner wanted to expand their business but couldn't find workers without providing housing. So they did investigate, the owner did investigate that. There were a few challenges around the specifics of the site, that it was subject to flooding and that it was adjacent to riparian areas and so on. So that actually made it impossible, and that's where we learned about the BC Building Code restrictions with regard to mixing industrial uses with residential uses. But, at this point, the I-1 zone, which is the lightest industrial zone, does permit up to 4 units on a parcel of 1 hectare or greater. And assuming availability of servicing for that. If the direction was to increase that, then we would certainly look into doing that.
Follow up?
Mr. Chair, could you put that on your list there? And that would
Duly
be
noted.
very much appreciated. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Felt that one coming. Director Segal.
Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering if we can put that slide back up where you have the servicing requirements connected to the different I zones. And then my question is kind of along the lines of how we mentioned we don't have enough industrial lands. And also in electoral areas, servicing is very limited, particularly community services. And then also with industrial lands, depending, on the one, we're trying to provide this buffer. And so when we have these buffers, then we create these spaces where it's too far away to run a pipe and actually connect to community servicing. So I want to prevent the further reduction of our industrial lands by creating these servicing requirements that can't be met. So I'm wondering if you can talk me through the different levels and the requirements. Thank you.
Do you want to take that?
Sure. I can start, maybe through the chair. Maybe Bev Suderman here can join in after. So the industrial lands have been zoned in accordance with the OCP designation. So that means we have not zoned any other land other than what is currently designated general industrial or light industrial as for industrial use in the CZB. It is, and when we read the OCP designation, it talks about the desired servicing for these designations. So for instance, in the general industrial OCP designation, it says properties in this designation have access to community water or sewer. In the light industrial land use designation, it says properties in this designation have access to community water or sewer. However, when that translates to on the ground to where current industrial uses are, a good example of an area that I'll never say never, but the likelihood of servicing in the near future is, I will say
Slim.
Slim, is the, when we're in Shawnigan Lake, close to the Malahat turnoff, we have that industrial complex down there. The likelihood that's ever serviced with pipes in the ground is not high. Meaning we are recognizing those uses there, we're recognizing they're unserviced. We kind of took that into consideration only from a subdivision perspective, meaning we can't permit these uses that servicing requires space, especially septic on a lot. It also, industrial uses, when we talk about it, they require kind of parking areas, turnarounds, things like that. And we took that all into consideration when we were thinking of minimum parcel sizes. So for instance, an I-1 light industrial, which I'm almost sure, and I don't have the map in front of me, that area in the South Shawnigan that I'm talking about would be a 0.2 hectare for a fully serviced, so we're talking about community water and sewer, would be applicable because you don't require the extra land to apply to the serviced area, the servicing areas required. Whereas 5 hectares is more appropriate when we're talking about land kind of in that same area of, to permit more on the property, but also to align the servicing with, and the environmental impact with where it is located on the ground. So, and that's where the landscape buffering also came in. We're thinking of where these actual uses are currently located, because as I said, the CZB does not zone any land, any new land as industrial, because the OCP did not, which is fine. But we did need to take into compatible uses in the surrounding area as well.
Did you have a follow-up? Okay. Director Nicholson.
Thank you. I am still struggling to define the difference between light industrial.
Can you just talk to the mic?
Yeah, yeah, sorry, I didn't see the hand go up, but also maybe, do you want to drop the slide or you want to keep the slide there?
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm just looking at my screen.
I don't know if you wanted, I didn't know if you wanted the slide there, so.
Oh, yeah. No, I think I'm okay. I'm looking at the OCP and I'm just trying to figure out the difference between this light industrial and in the commercial, mixed commercial, it says you can have light industrial. So I'm just kind of wondering why we have all these different zones.
Through the staff?
Through the chair, the zones were based off of the land use designation. So we could look into kind of melding a light industrial. However, when something's designated mixed commercial, even in the name, it implies that the commercial component is the principal use, whereas in light industrial, we're really trying to preserve the industrial component of the land as opposed to the commercial, the accessory commercial.
So that's really a question for the community.
Well,
and we should be addressing that yeah.
So I'm not sure, is that a question or is it a more observation?
It's just a comment.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
I'm thinking out loud.
Yeah, okay, Ms. Wright or Ms. Zuderman?
Yeah, can I, Director Nicholson, through the chair, can I just ask for clarification about what exactly you want us to be asking the community about that?
Yeah, I'm struggling with the Coke Silo Business Park because it was originally an industrial area, but it is actually a very mixed use area. There's residential, there's a lot of commercial in terms of, they sell cars, they sell RVs, they sell groceries, but they also manufacture wood stoves. There's also, live edge. It's quite a mixed, it's a real mix, but because it's close to the urban center, Duncan, and really walkable, the Advisory Planning Commission has been very focused on the fact that we should be encouraging it to be much more of a mixed-use area because it's a good live-work kind of situation. So, yeah, I get that it's originally been light industrial, but now I don't see the difference between light industrial and mixed commercial. That's just what I'm struggling with.
Ms. Wright?
And duly noted on that. However, I'm just going to keep coming back to it. The zones were developed based on the OCP designation, and in that area that you're referring to, I believe the designation is general commercial, or sorry, I take that back, general industrial, meaning we would not have applied a commercial-based zone or even a mixed zone onto there based on the land use designation. However, that doesn't preclude us from kind of looking at what I believe, oh no, sorry, that area is commercial.
I'm looking it up right now.
Okay.
No, it's industrial.
It's industrial. So we could look into how accessory commercial is in there. However, as I keep coming back to as well, we're trying to develop these zones to be pretty permissive where appropriate. So yes, if we can have a conversation with the APCs about what may or may not be missing. I do know in terms of the residential areas that exist, the applicable residential OCP designation was already applied, so we applied, a corresponding residential zone to those existing areas. But we can, for sure, at any level, further look into mixing up the uses a little more.
Yeah. And if I could just add that there is overlap between some of the commercial and the industrial, and that's on purpose, and that's consistent with existing zoning bylaws. So the difference between industrial uses and service commercial sometimes is very fine.
All right, seeing no other speakers, I would turn to staff to continue to the next section, which is
Parks and institutional.
Parks and Institutions. Over to you.
Bear with me, being in charge of this part is not my thing.
You need to share the screen, but then you need to move the slides forward.
All right, moving on to parks and institutional zones. So, there includes, the CZB includes 3 zones to accommodate a range of civic and open space uses, including parks, institutional, and private schools. So there are 2 OCP land use designations that apply to these zones. One is the Parks and Open Space Land Use Designation, which includes parks, trails, fields, open spaces, ecological reserves, and habitat areas. And then there's the institutional land use designation, which includes uses such as schools, recreation centers, fire halls, places of worship, libraries, social enterprises, and other community servicing facilities. I'm just going to go a little off script here for 1 second. The current zoning bylaws really mix these uses within one zone, which is why they're so specific now. So a lot of our current zones are called parks and institutional, meaning we are mixing public parks with hospitals. The OCP has then gone site by site and redesignated institutional uses in terms of where institutional is on the ground, as well as public parks. So in the existing zoning bylaws, parks and, here's my speaking notes, are often combined within the same zone. So we've separated them. So the P1 Parks Zone, which focuses on outdoor spaces, including public parks, which are owned and or operated by the CVRD. So the CVRD sometimes operates on behalf of the provincial parks and things like that. The P2 Institutional Zone, which supports educational, governmental, and civic uses such as schools, places of worship, fire halls, and similar community servicing facilities. And then we have the P3 Private School Zone, which recognizes the unique needs of private schools, including those with boarding components. So at a glance, each zone has a clear role. The P1 zone focuses on outdoor open space. The P2 zone accommodates a full range of institutional and civic uses. And the P3 zone is specific to academic private schools. So again, these are AI generated. The illustrations reflect the distinction between the P1 zone on the left, which primarily provides open spaces for public use and enjoyment, while the P2 zone includes a range of institutional and civic uses, such as schools, congregate housing, recreational facilities, fire halls, police stations, and so forth. And then the P3 zone accommodates private academic schools.
So moving right along into the utility and rail transportation zones. So these are very minor zones that are primarily brought forward from current zoning bylaws. The OCP has an infrastructure land use that is for infrastructure such as pump stations and water treatment facilities, and this use does not support housing. The purpose of the utility zone is to accommodate public or private utilities such as water, sewer, electric, telephone, natural gas, cable, or similar services, whereas the railway transportation zone accommodates parcels along the ENN corridor. For the most part, utility regulations are brought forward from existing bylaws for parcels that are exclusively used for utilities. The CZB also includes a general regulation for uses permitted in all zones, which allows for public and private utilities as a permitted use within all other zones. So just to indicate the distinction, if you have an electrical transformer station from BC Hydro somewhere on a piece of property, that is the primary use there, but you can also have the small transformer boxes throughout the community to provide electricity throughout. The rail transportation zone only applies to the ENN corridor and is being extended in the CZB to apply to all corridor parcels. So at this point, it's Some zoning bylaws have it and some don't. So now it's just the entire corridor, north-south, will be included in the transportation corridor. Other transportation corridors like roads and highway rights-of-way are not parcels, and therefore they do not have use-specific zoning. Next. The utility here, the illustrations here, pardon me, show that in the U1 zone, a range of utility facilities for services such as water, sewer, heat, electricity, communications, or air or marine navigation could be accommodated with setbacks and screening to limit potential impacts to neighboring uses. In the T1 zone, the E&N corridor is accommodated, including the railway tracks, trail corridors, and supporting rail infrastructure like stations, terminals, and maintenance facilities. No residential dwellings are permitted in either zone. So, questions?
We have questions. Director Nicholson.
Thank you. I had a specific question about the utility zone 1 and why electoral area H is special. They have the impervious surfaces and parcel coverage limit.
Point of order? Don't point out area H.
Well, they say...
No, I'm a little humor. Sorry, go ahead.
I was
We're
wondering
special.
why electoral area H only has a maximum parcel coverage of 20%, while all other electoral areas have a maximum parcel coverage of 50% of impervious
I'll turn to
surfaces
staff to
and
do
parcel
that.
coverage.
You'll learn something about area H.
I can answer that. So that was because when we were combining zones or putting any zone in any category, kind of seeing how they differ and how they are the same. In this instance, 20% versus 50%, that's pretty big. So at that time, we thought, oh, there might be a reason from it that historically from area H, so we'll keep that 50%, and there could be, the 20%. And then the other electoral areas were around 50%, so we'll keep that. However, it can be changed. It's just sometimes the discrepancy, especially for something like a utility zone, it could have been an electoral area specific decision at the time. Oh, there's Mike.
Mr. Tippett, yeah. Oh, sorry, I have to actually press the button, don't I? Go ahead.
Yeah, I refrain from pressing the button. Yeah, thanks. To build on what Lauren has said, the utility zone as it applies to electoral area H is the Mount Hayes LNG site that was built about 20 years ago. It has liquefied natural gas stored there. Excuse me, and the reason the parcel coverage is lower is because they had to have a clear buffer around the tank in case of fire and to protect it from the surrounding forest and vice versa to protect the facility from forest fires. And so that was something that their consultant at the time during the application actually requested was a lower than normal parcel coverage for that reason.
Thank you. And then if you recall the Mount Hayes fire a few years ago, we were very appreciative of that buffer. So Director Abbott. Oh, sorry, Director Nicholson, you had a follow-up? Go ahead, Director Abbott. I jumped you off. So.
I just would like to, in general, to say about impervious coverage. I find when I'm looking at this, it's very difficult for me to decide whether they're conservative or liberal. And I think that people are really interested in the rural areas being rural and providing the ecological services that rural areas can provide. So it's really super important. The rule of thumb, of course, is that you don't want more than 10% impervious layers within a watershed. And of course, it's hard to kind of calculate it when you're looking at all the different zones within one watershed, but that means it's very important on the more where the green space happens that we make sure that it's protected for that, so the water can infiltrate. And so I think in general, when I've looked at the zone, the stuff in the past, the historical ones on the books now, I find them really high. And I think we should be trying to modernize and coming in line a little bit more with the guidelines that have come out since they were originally established in the zoning bylaw. Thank you.
So a comment, and I recorded it on the list. Okay. Director Abbott, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. You may have asked this question prior to the meeting, but I'm wondering why, Ms. Suderman, why we've limited rail corridor to just the Island Rail Corridor. I'm thinking specifically of a corridor that takes you out to the West Can Terminal, which is an old rail bed going right beside Old Farm Market and onwards up to Lake Cowichan. Can we not consider corridors that might someday be active transportation routes?
Ms. Suderman, go ahead.
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, there are multiple corridors that have been converted to active transportation. However, in this case, we were constrained by the designations within the OCP.
All right, Mr. Tippett, sir. There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to further develop what Bev was saying, the reason that the T1 zone was originally created, it was because Canadian Pacific Railway was considering abandonment of the ENN corridor, and they were surveying it into little chunks. And there was concern around the board table at the time that it might be, fobbed off for other uses, because at the time the rail corridor kind of inherited the zoning that was similar to the parcels next to it. So if it was residential, the rail corridor was residential and so on. So it was that act of them abandoning the railway officially under the Federal Railway Act that led to this. And so we didn't look at other former railway corridors that had already been broken up into separate ownerships, such as the one that goes to the terminal at Cowichan Bay. Like, there are multiple owners in a lot of other cases, and the horses left the barn, so to speak, in those cases. So that's the historical reason why it only applies to the ENN corridor.
Thank you for that follow-up. Okay. Director Morrison?
Thank you, Chair. And so I'm needing a little bit of clarification, and now I'm understanding why we had Parks and Institutional together, and I'm trying to grasp the rationale for the separation, and just thinking about uses, like that's what zoning's about, uses, and looking at the P1 Parks and Conservation Zone, and I agree that there are going to be important properties that will be essentially set aside for ecological services. Yet I'm trying to determine between P1 and P2, clearly lands that are providing outdoor recreation and playgrounds and tot parks and the like will likely fall into the P2 zone, because you've got the recreation opportunities in there. But I'm also looking at the P1 zone, and it's Parks and Conservation Zone, and we have amazing parks in this region that people may want to have a wedding in or do other outdoor activities, and yet I'm looking at assembly use is not available in the P1 zone, and would wonder why that would be excluded if we had, an incredibly beautiful park that people would want to have a gathering in. And also the idea, and I really didn't want to venture down this road, but when it comes to food trucks, is there not an ability, if there was perhaps even a CVRD organized event in a P1 property, for us to engage there to be food trucks available for the purposes of a temporary one-day event? So can I have some explanation as to, was this strictly driven from the MOCP, or was there a thought process that went into the division of these?
Thank you, Director Morrison. Over to staff. Ms. Suderman?
Yeah, so I'll start, and then I think the whole team is probably going to weigh in. The first thing that I just want to say about that is that the community was very concerned when looking at their zoning bylaws at the fact that any public park they felt could be automatically transitioned into affordable housing or an old folks home or something else. People of this region are very attached to their parks and their green space and their open space. And so that was a large part of the rationale for making sure that those two uses were kind of separated. But to get into the specifics of the assembly use, because, for instance, Glenora Trailshead Park has a picnic shelter so that people can actually have assembly uses there. So I'm just going to double check with Ms. Wright here to see if we actually prohibited that.
No, we did not. Thank you,
Right,
through the
yes.
chair. We did not prohibit that quite like that. However, in any zone, or a use that's customarily incidental to does not have to necessarily be listed. So meaning a wedding, none of our public parks, through my understanding, have weddings consistently. They're available to, I don't know if it's rent is the right word to sign, to have weddings in. However, that's not a use that we're looking to address or prohibit through this at all. I understand what you're saying. The definition of public park was kind of built off of what we currently have, and it was more in, as Bev was mentioning, the protection of publicly owned and operated or operated green space. However, a wedding in a park that the CVRD or a birthday party or things like that in a shelter, those are not, prohibited in this bylaw by any means. It is a use customarily incidental to a public park.
Director Morrison, follow up?
I think I'd love it if that was on your list.
It's on my list.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thanks for reminding me to keep putting things on, but yes, the list is growing. Director Wilson.
Weddings in the parks, what a good idea. I have the ideal place being built right now, so if anybody wants to come and have a wedding in Cobble Hill with the new
You can say the name
stage,
if you like.
Thank you very much.
You can say the name if you like, yeah. So, okay. Director Nicholson.
Well, just along that point, I've received a lot of correspondence about, just a sec, what did they call it? About the everything is forbidden rule. I would like you to clarify for me, and I think this speaks to it, what we've just been discussing. You've got things that are listed in the definitions or the somewhere regulations about uses that are permitted, uses that are prohibited, and then you said that sometimes you can do things when they're not actually listed there. So how does that all work?
Who wants to take that one? Ms. Wright.
I'll start. Maybe Mike can chime in. So the definitions, the structuring of the definitions was because what we were finding is when you read the current definitions in our current zoning bylaws, it's almost like one big run-on sentence that could go on for a paragraph, and it'll say, this use includes this, or this use is this, the use of land, buildings, and structures for this, including but not limited to, excluding this, in one sentence with no periods in it, which is where the includes and excludes in the definitions came about, is taking out those kind of run-on sentences and using it and just putting them on separate lines so your eye can better track and understand. But the regulation is just more user-friendly. In terms of uses customarily incidental to, these definitions do not have to say every single use that might be customarily incidental to. For instance, in every zone, we aren't specifying that you can have accessory buildings like garden sheds or things like that. Why? Because it's a use that's incidentally accessory to a residential dwelling of any kind on any land that permits a type of dwelling, things like that. However, use is prohibited in all zones. Many of those, to address that kind of in an ad hoc way, came from just what's in the current bylaws. Not all of our current bylaws said the same thing. Yes, there were a couple added based on kind of review of other similar regional districts and what the issues they've kind of run into throughout the years, and then put that in the list. However, it just means that in order to if someone were to come in and want to do that use, it would be a rezoning application of some sort to kind of address the use and to make sure that we have the servicing capacity and it's in the right location for the right use through the public process. So it doesn't mean it's absolutely prohibited forever. It's, without a rezoning process would be the best case forward in something like that. I don't know if Mike has anything else to, no?
That was very helpful. I'm hoping that you can add uses incidental to the definition list.
I will think of how that could be done.
Thank you.
Are on that list now, too. Director Segal.
Thank you, Chair. First, just to add to your list, the use of food trucks in P1.
Got it.
I'd like that. If it's not already there, that's
Yeah,
great.
it's there.
And then just a question about the P3 private school, because I'm really familiar with like Brentwood and Shawnigan, and just that agriculture is not permitted and congregate housing is not permitted. So, I mean, both of those are boarding schools, so maybe I'm just misunderstanding the housing is allowed somewhere else. But I'm wondering why agriculture is not allowed on private school institutional zone, P3.
Ms. Wright.
So, just reviewing it here. On, if we want to speak, lot specific, on Shawnigan Lake School, they have a portion of their land that's actually designated and agricultural and within the ALR. So of course, agriculture is permitted there. Agriculture though, however, from an academic standpoint, if it's part of the school, would be a use that we were kind of talking to, it would be it's incidental to the principal use that we don't necessarily have to limit. However, agriculture in the broad sense isn't, it can be quite broad. So is are having 50 cows on an academic school or a private school property incidental to the academic use? Likely not, unless that's what their focus is in the school. However, in the case of the boarding schools, having chickens for their, for their meals and stuff, yes, that would be an incidental use. So that's why that wasn't there. If they developed an orchard or something, of course that, and we're using it for school-related purposes, whether that's feeding people there or through their education program, that's an incidental use. Another good example of a use that we are not outright labeling, but on the Shawnigan Lake School campus, they have an observatory. That's incredibly rare. However, because it's part of their academic program, it's just a use incidental to their academic use.
Just the congregate housing?
So if you could clarify through the chair, do you mean congregate housing in terms of like the the student or the staff residences, or are you talking about congregate housing for people who are not affiliated with the school and just?
No, people affiliated with the school. Like, I just know these as boarding schools.
Okay.
They house staff and students, and then that congregate housing is not an allowed use in P3, so that just doesn't jive in my brain.
But boarding facilities are permitted as an accessory use to private schools.
Oh, I see there, thank you.
Meaning you need the, sorry, just go on with that. So meaning you need the academic part in order to have the boarding part. We don't want just a boarding
Got it, yes.
part without the school.
Thank you.
Director McClinton, first-time speaker.
That's not true. Thanks, Chair. I just want to kind of follow up to Director Nicholson's comments. I'm just curious, this is a little off the board, but what percentage of these bylaws, and if you can't answer it now, maybe at the end, but what percentage of these bylaws are new?
Go ahead.
Through the chair, I don't think I'll ever be able to answer that in like a true sense. However, when you get down to the nitty-gritty, these bylaws are significantly similar to what we already have. We have thousands or over 1,000 pages of currently existing zoning bylaws that our job was to harmonize, which means bring them all into one, and then modernize. The modernization approach included kind of, terms that are more relevant to today as opposed to things like that. However, when we looked at it, the OCP designations were really permitting in a lot of the areas the same thing that they are now, meaning our zoning doesn't really change because that's what the community wanted through the OCP process. So I don't think I would ever be able to answer the percentage question, but they're very, very similar when you really compare and contrast which zones are going where and what's permitted and what is not.
One more follow-up, and this one's off the board. How many chickens are residents currently allowed to have on a residential property in general?
So we are one step ahead of us. When we get to the end, you can bring your
Why can't you answer that?
Well, she can if she's ready to do it.
I don't have, so on a residential property right now, I do not have the current South Cowichan zoning bylaw up. However, I do know that chickens on a residential property right now are only permitted in Area C, Cobble Hill, on R3 zoned parcels. I can't, do you have that
I'll
up?
look it up.
Yeah. And the reason,
Sorry, we're just going to find the number
yeah.
here.
And the reason I asked that.
Let him answer because you asked the question.
Sure. Well.
Stand by.
Point of order, Chair. You're cutting me off.
So Bev just has it up.
Yeah, the regulation right now is the keeping of chickens in the R3 zone, which is that the keeping of chickens is permitted in Cobble Hill only. The parcel of land on which the chicken keeping is occurring must not be less than 900 square meters in area. Not more than 6 female chickens or hens shall be permitted on a single parcel of land at any one time. Roosters are prohibited. A roofed enclosed coop shall be provided with a minimum floor area of 0.4 meters square per hen. So it was a former director who introduced that specifically for Cobble Hill, and it was not included in any other zoning bylaws.
Yeah.
Okay, follow up?
Yeah, can I make a comment or no?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, and part of the reason I asked that is just there's a trend here that we've tried to be as permissive as possible, or you guys have what I'm noticing with the bylaws. And I know in my area, there's lots of people have chickens and we get along pretty good in Area G, but I do know of cases where somebody's complained and they had to get rid of their chickens. So I think just this is, yeah, anyways, just a point I wanted to make.
Right.
Thanks.
Thank you. Director Morrison may perhaps close this section.
Thank you. And I think I'd like some more clarification. I don't need it now, perhaps for the next time we meet, but if I'm struggling with the categorization of permitted uses, prohibited uses, and incidental uses, I know that, and part of my question about weddings and parks and the likes was the subjective interpretation of an incidental use, which caused probably one of my darkest days around this table. So I would really like for all of us and the community to be able to understand the basis on which we're moving forward. Are we working on the basis of permitted uses, prohibited uses, and could we have clarification on how subjective incidental uses are interpreted? And I don't need that answer for today. If it's
Okay.
on your list, great, thank you.
Right, okay. So on the list, and seeing no other speakers, I'll just add one observation on my part, and that's on the railway transportation zone. And I'm wondering if it could be a bit more enabling in terms of the use of the railway. It specifically says railways, including passenger and freight services and light rail transit. So it's just I'll make a note on this, but it's a comment about, it's narrowed. So I'll turn to staff for that.
Just to clarify, so that's probably one of the zones, not including the CD zones, that was very untouched. It is, what's in the current T1 zones is what is almost here, just language was slightly changed. Only to, be as permissive as possible in accordance with what's already there, or what is already there in the bylaws, I should say.
Yeah. Okay, and I think the point is about light rail transit is only one form of potential transit on a railway, so, yeah. Okay, I'll make a note of it, yep. Oh, Director Acton online. Welcome, Director Acton. Let me see if I can just say,
Don't
go
worry,
ahead.
my hand has not been up long. Don't worry.
It's yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. If we are going to be further exploring and understanding the definitions of uses and prohibited and restricted, or could we also include understanding grandfathered and the legal non-conforming better, and then also understanding if you have a designation of one of those, what happens when someone goes to get a development permit and sites need to be put into compliance that type of situation?
Over to staff. Did you just want to make
Or on your list? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's on my list, but I'll turn to staff for
Okay.
a comment. Oh, sorry, folks.
Also, when uses have just been changed or removed, like zoning.
I'll turn to seat 26, Mr. Tippett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Normally, zoning bylaw would not get into great depth about lawful nonconformity because that's a section of the Local Government Act that, normally we don't repeat verbatim or even try to paraphrase current legislation in our own bylaws because it's bad practice. But what I can say about lawful nonconformity is the idea is that if a use on a property anywhere was established lawfully at the time that it began, which is key, it can't just be a use that's there today. You have to prove that it was legal when it was established, and a later bylaw declares it no longer legal, that the use or building or siting of a building, for example, are able to continue, maybe not indefinitely, but into the future for a considerable time. There are some limits on what that actually means. The limits include not being able to expand existing non-conforming uses unless you go to the Board of Variance and they approve it. It also includes not fully reconstructing buildings that may be lawfully non-conforming. You're allowed to maintain and repair them, but not completely reconstruct. So, I mean, you're really asking for an interpretation, I think, of a provision of the Local Government Act. It's not something we would normally put into a zoning bylaw. So there could be a temptation among some people to say, well, because I have, X on the property today, then I'm going to enjoy lawful nonconformity if a new bylaw makes it, explicitly says it's not permitted. And that's not necessarily the case, as I said. It might even, it has to be proven that the use was established lawfully at the time. So if you can prove, for example, that a use occurred before the first ever zoning bylaw in Cowichan Bay, which was 1971, and it's been operating continuously every year since then, and it doesn't conform to any of the bylaws, that's lawfully non-conforming. But it's a difficult thing to prove, so I just want to make that sort of caveat well known.
Thanks, Mr. Tippett. Did that have a follow-up, Director Acton?
Well, I guess for me, in Area B, it's mostly the existing uses for the freshwater zone on docks and how that is going to be, how it affects by removing the W2 zone. So I don't know, am I going to have a chance to ask more questions about docks or?
It's coming up next.
Yes, okay, thanks.
Okay, all right. With that, maybe I just turn to staff. Well, whereabouts are we in the review? There you go.
We're at water zones next.
And how much further do we have, like in terms of volume of slides and?
Well, we're going to do water zones. We'll do a brief.
20 more slides.
Yeah, 20 more slides.
And I would suggest we break for 10 minutes to 3:30. Take a little moment to deep breathe and come back. So see everybody back at 3:30. Thank you. So we're almost live. If you take a chair, please. And what is her name? There's only one her in this room. Hi, Bronwyn. Okay. I have a brand new little calf born yesterday. Oh, yeah? So I need a name that starts with M. Thank you. We're live now. We'll work on that name in a minute. I haven't checked. I have been busy. So that'll be a job tomorrow. I got sidetracked. I lost my train of thought. I think I'm turning this back over to staff unless there's a question online. Director Acton, you're good? Okay, so back to staff to continue on. Thank you. And the mic is coming, and Ms. Wright. Thank you.
Sorry, bear with me here. Okay, moving on to water zones. So the CZB includes 4 freshwater zones. The OCP includes 1 designation for water focused on protecting water bodies for ecological services, water supply, tourism, recreation, and sustainable commerce. The designation does not support housing. So the OCP notes that marine areas are not within the CVRD's jurisdiction, but will be addressed through future planning work as a part of the future marine OCP. That was also discussed at our meeting last week, meaning these water zones are for freshwater only, not ocean. So updating marine zoning is not, as I'm saying again, within the scope of the current phase of the CZB project and will be addressed in a future phase. In the meantime, existing marine-related zoning, such as the W1 and W2 zones, will be retained within the current bylaws to ensure continuity, meaning, to explain that, a good example is Area H. In the current water zones in the current zoning bylaw, Area H in particular, I believe, mixes up freshwater and marine within the same zone. Because we're only dealing with freshwater zones and marine zones are not being dealt with, we've left the W1 and W2 zoning intact in Area H, taken out the freshwater if there was any freshwater component to it. But that's why we are starting at W3 right now in the CZB for freshwater zoning. So we're trying to avoid the overlap and confusion with the existing water zones that have to be maintained right now through this process due to the marine zoning. So overall, the 4 freshwater zones provide for a range of recreational, conservation, and marina-related uses within the CVRD. And the overview includes the W3 zone, which supports recreational use by upland parcel owners, as well as public access along the foreshore, including the potential for dock construction. The W4 zone focuses on conservation, supporting water-based recreation while ensuring public access to Ministry of Transportation and Transit road ends that abut water bodies remain for public use. The W5 zone accommodates freshwater marina uses, and the W6 zone is a specialized zone that applies to water areas adjacent to upland private academic school sites. Meaning, for instance, Shawnigan Lake School, private sites. So Shawnigan Lake School owns their lake bed on Shawnigan Lake. The other independent owner on Shawnigan Lake would be Camp Pringle. So no water zones permit residential uses in accordance with the OCP water designation. So once again, this AI generation image shows how the water zones are intended to support access to freshwater lakes with water recreational uses permitted across. So any questions in relation to that? Thank you.
Thank you. A bit of a list starting. Director Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And this is water related, perhaps not to what we've been talking about here, but talking about water, and I'm going back to one of the definitions here, and this is on page 41 of the bylaw, and it's about a ditch, and it's about water, and it says the ditch, whether or not usually containing water, and that's the bit that concerns me the most here. whether or not usually containing water. This definition doesn't sit well with me at all, because it could be an indentation in the ground which somebody could see as a ditch which has not held water for 20 years. So I think something like that is a little bit
Keep maybe to me, and we'll
Sorry,
maybe
a little
have
bit
staff-
blanket.
Have staff maybe address,
Yeah.
answer that for you? Okay. Who would like to take that? Okay, waiting for the button. Ms. Wright.
So I'll start, and then if you don't mind, I'll be turning it over to Nicholas Schwetz, who is our environmental planner and RP Bio. But in terms of the water zones, the ditch definition actually doesn't have anything to do with the actual water zones, only because we're talking about the freshwater lakes. However, I will leave it to Nick here to kind of talk about that definition.
Sure. Thanks. Nicholas Schwetz, I'm the environmental planner with the CVRD. So the ditches are defined as streams under the riparian's protection regulation, and which is known as the wrapper. The wrapper is a directive to local governments to have zoning and bylaw, land use bylaws enforced to meet that directive. So under the definition of a stream, under the wrapper it says a watercourse or body of water, whether or not usually containing water, and any of the following that is connected by surface water flow to a watercourse or body of water referred to in paragraph A. And I is a ditch, whether or not usually containing water. So what the purpose of that definition is to acknowledge that the CVRD is subject to the riparian's protection regulations, so we're ensuring that our definitions of a stream are in compliance with that to ensure there's no, to ensure we're regulating the streams that are required for those activities and uses.
Yeah, and a follow-up, please, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
thank you. Yes, go ahead.
And this is where I have a problem here. The definitions again of a stream, great. The definition of a stream is good. I understand that. But if that stream or that ditch has not contained water for X number of years, is it still a stream? How far back do we go here? Because this is another block to building something. It's all right. Block is not the right word. It's another restriction, which says, well, you know, there was water there 20 years ago. Not anymore.
Yeah, I think that we'll turn to the experts on this one, but I do have about a half a mile of stream ditch going through our property, and it's completely covered by the Riparian Act. So, over to staff.
Through the director, or through the chair to the director, two things. So one is that ditches are constructed features meant to convey surface water. That's the purpose of them. And two, that for an application that comes in that would trigger the zoning bylaw, part of that assessment would potentially require environmental professional to determine the correct classification of that ditch. A lot of little rills might not be true ditches, but they're constructed features that would have banks, and there would be, qualified environmental professionals would look for certain associations like alluvium to show that water is running through it, or if, doing stream assessments after storm events to confirm, what the function is of those features.
Yep. Thank you very much for that. Director Deck.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd just like to also thank the staff that worked so hard on this. All your skill and experience and knowledge, that just astounds me, and so I'm grateful. I do have a question about public access using Ministry of Transport road ends, yes, because that's a huge interest in our area, but if it belongs to the Ministry of Transport, how do we ensure that the public can access it?
Who would like to take one on? Ms. Wright.
I think Mike wants.
Oh, Mr. Tippett, we're jumping seats here. I can catch up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish Brian Farquhar was here, but he's enjoying New Zealand right now, I think. But we do have with the Ministry of Transportation and Transit some use agreements on road ends in certain locations where we have created park features like access points and that sort of thing. So in theory, we can look at other ones to maybe add to the list. The way it is done is you apply for a permit from the province, and if they grant the permit, then obviously the costs of doing the upgrades would go to the community parks function for the area. So I'd suggest, if you had some particular sites in mind in Area I, you might want to speak with Brian when he's back, or with Lynn in Parks, and further that discussion.
May I have a
Yeah,
follow-up?
have a follow-up? Yeah.
Which I've completely forgotten. No, just a sec. I thought there was a liability issue. That MOT didn't want to take, have the liability for taking care of the, I don't know. I thought it was like impossible.
Mr. Chair, no, it's not impossible. What's impossible apparently so far is to have sidewalks in electoral areas for that exact reason. What we are told is it's not possible to have a regional district-owned sidewalk within a road right-of-way, because they're concerned that the liability automatically goes to the owner of the right-of-way, and we don't have the power as a regional district like municipalities do to ensure that people clear the portion of sidewalk in front of their homes by 8 a.m., I think it is, in the event of a snowstorm. And because of that, that's what the hang-up is. But I've never heard of a limitation in terms of road end use for park access to lake. I believe we have several of them, like maybe even a dozen or more throughout the region, and it is a done thing, yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and we would be happy to have even shoulders, let alone sidewalks. Ms. Wright.
Sorry, I just wanted to expand to respond through the chair to Director Deck just a little more as well. I think the Ministry of Transportation, and none of us can speak for them. However, from what some conversations have occurred in the past, is the liability is that they don't want structures there either, which is why a dock is not permitted at road ends, which they don't want the privatization of road ends, meaning what sometimes happens is someone takes a dock that is not an upland parcel owner, and by that I mean someone who has a waterfront piece of property, and they privatize it it has happened that they privatize it by bringing a dock, putting the dock at a public road end that's owned by the public and, operated by the public. And then sometimes fencing goes up around it, and it seems like a little mini backyard. However, the person doesn't own it. So that is why, when you look at the W4 freshwater zone, it's talking about water recreation only. We're talking about at these road ends, bringing your kayak and launching it there, not your boat or your motorized boat, your kayak, you would have to go to a boat launch to put in a real boat that you can't do by hand. Going swimming, bringing your kids and your dog down to the beach. That's the extent of the Ministry of Transportation road ends.
Thank you. Director Abbott, you're up next, then Morrison, Acton, Nicholson.
I beg your indulgence, Chair. Director Wilson brought up a definition, which I think we were to talk about at the end of this meeting, but we got into ditches, and I want clarity, if I may.
And we haven't got out.
Okay, I'd love clarity on this definition. That ditches, streams, and watercourses should all align with the definitions provided in the Riparian Areas Regulation and the Water Sustainability Act. Perhaps just to be abundantly clear, whether staff can say that we supersede, the CVRD supersedes its responsibility to the BC Riparian Act.
Over to staff for that one. Sorry, there we go.
Yeah, so the definitions of, proposed definitions of stream and watercourse, which are interchangeable in the new CZB, are to be compliant with today's definitions. The previous definitions of watercourses in all the separate zoning bylaws were very different, I'll say all over place, and didn't relate to the provincial definitions of streams. And so what the proposed change is to do is to ensure we're talking about the same streams that the province is. We're regulating, when we have the wrapper, the same, not exceeding. But it's also to help mitigate adverse impacts to aquatic ecosystems, because some of the scenarios, if only looking at the current definition of a watercourse would make a lot of other stream types not be watercourses, and impacts were happening. So we're not exceeding the provincial, we're matching the provincial definitions and regulating the riparian areas and associated to that, but acknowledging that those are all stream types that also apply to the Water Sustainability Act.
Just generally.
Follow up?
Thank you, Chair. Generally, there's just concern that a ditch that's dry for almost all year is becoming a major, it's considered as a
Yeah,
water.
I think, yeah, we hear that, and I put ditch as an issue.
Thank you.
Okay, yep. Sorry, back to Nick, yeah.
Yeah, just to confirm, ditches are already stream types under the wrapper and are currently regulated under the wrapper. So a ditch is already part of the wrapper. And so we're just bringing the ditch part up to the updated definitions in the zoning bylaw. However, our development permit area bylaw already regulates ditches because it's associated with the updated regulation. Yeah. So it's already there, it's already in place.
Yeah. I think probably one of the things is just not intuitive. When a person sees a ditch, they see a stream. It doesn't link up, and I think that's where some of the questions are coming from. We have Director Morrison, Acton, and Nicholson. Director Morrison.
If I might have two, Mr. Chair, because I have
Yes.
a question in regards to what's just been discussed. So, and I think this is important because when we have individual property owners who have water courses, i.e. ditches, and they connect to other streams and the likes and ultimately end up in a fish-bearing stream, can, under our definitions, or is it possible for a property owner to design a fully contained within their property boundaries, disconnected from other water courses, a stormwater conveyance system within their property to in-ground infiltration and not be subject, and those water courses, ditches, not be then subject to the riparian regulations? That's my first question.
And I suspect I know who's going to take this one. There you go, Nick.
Yeah, so through the chair to the director, one of the new introduced definitions under the wrapper that will be coming into force next year are stormwater management ponds. So there's a difference between the definition and how the zoning bylaw is applied to streams, which include ditches, and how DPA 1 does, which right now is currently specific to the riparian areas protection regulation. So one of the differences is that the stream regulated under DPA 1, Development Permit Area 1 Riparian Protection, has to not just be a stream or a ditch, but have surface flow to fish habitat. So let's just, for an example, take a wetland that doesn't have fish in it, and a wetland is not connected to fish habitat, it's not subject to the water, or to the riparian areas protection regulation. Therefore, DPA 1 doesn't apply, but the Water Sustainability Act still applies, and so does the zoning bylaw. So what we're trying to do is ensure that DPA 1 and the zoning bylaw are the exact same for the regulatory oversight that we do have over these water bodies. So in terms of your example of a self-contained on your property artificial drainage network?
Sure.
Then, would it be classified, I guess, for the zoning bylaw as a ditch? It wouldn't be subject to the wrapper. And so would the, I guess, 5 meters apply? So that's where, again, we would look at the qualified environmental professionals to identify what features are we talking about. And like the ditches, again, underneath in the new definition is very specific to design to drain property and connect. So under the new, let me just bring it up here for the amended wrapper, which is what we used to bring in the definition. A second. So A ditch means a water course that is artificially constructed rather than formed through natural processes, so not part of the historic drainage pattern, which means it's not a channelized stream, is designed primarily for the purpose of draining property, agricultural land, or roadways, and is not fed by natural headwater springs or groundwater sources. So if that's not what that design is, then it's not a ditch. So I think examples are really important in this one.
And I think,
to understand
yeah,
the
Ms. Wright, Ms. Wright wanted to ask a follow-up too, so go ahead.
I just wanted to add, I think the word ditch, you know, from a community standpoint and how people generally use the term is a little different than how the legislation in terms of this uses the term as well. A ditch out front of your property running along the road that has been either you dug due to drainage issues or it was there historically, a lot of the time isn't actually on a person's property, even though they think it is. It's within the actual legal road right-of-way and not within their property bounds. Meaning, if it came to that one of these setbacks would apply, the likelihood that your development potential on your land would be affected is very, very slim, only because, as I said, it's likely not on your property, and the front yard setback would also apply, meaning that setback, the ditch setback versus the front yard setback would likely coincide there. A few years ago, we did have an application, I believe it was in Area H, where someone was trying to, I can't quite remember, it was a residential property, and it turned out that their ditch in the front was subject to wrapper. However, the setbacks didn't really harm what they were trying to do on their land. So we have encountered this before, but I just wanted to bring up that people, the general public, myself included, until I got a good learning opportunity here, the version of a ditch is different from a legislative perspective than it is for what we call a ditch on a daily basis.
Thank you for that. And so you had a second question, right? Correct?
I did, and I'd love to see a diagram flow chart attempting to clarify that.
It's on the list.
And that wasn't my second question. So in regards to the zone that we're covering right now, if I could, like, there's reference to a body of water in which the lake bed is either owned or not owned. And so I'm just wanting clarification in the application of these zones to whether, and I'm sure they're all called streams, lakes, ponds, rivers, and streams, because we used to have I want to call it RC zones, the river corridor zones. And are we still having the river corridor zones? I haven't read further down in this, so yes.
Ms. Wright?
So through the director through the chair to the director, yes, so last week we reviewed, we now only have one RC zone that we're proposing, it's RC1, and we reviewed it in terms of the rural residential parcels. So that zone does remain in terms of the river corridor. Sorry, is there a part two to that question that I'm missing?
Well, I guess what I'm trying to, river corridor, so I've got lakes, ponds, rivers, streams, so I can take probably rivers and streams off my list of 4 because we've got river RC. So the remainder is going to be lakes and ponds for the applicability of this. Thank
Over
you.
to staff, yep. Go ahead. Is there a question there, or?
Well, she nodded yes, so
Okay.
I think we're in agreement.
Okay, there we go. All right, Director Acton, thank you for your patience. It's over to you.
Thank you. As for the, we're talking about docks now. Let's not talk about ditches. Back to the docks. So how I understand is we had a W2 zone, like was explained to us, freshwater and ocean. Now, so W2 in Shawnee and Lake has been removed. W3 replaced by W3. We don't care if it's called W3 or W2, but what we do care about is it has been significantly changed. And so the zoning of that on the lake and the docks in W2, it's taken decades to get where we are. And then so this has been significantly changed. And people are really concerned because it's probably made every single dock non-conforming, and whereas before, everybody was following the current zone of the day. And so now the community is feeling like it ain't broke, why is it getting fixed? So we really need to understand what's happening here.
Over to staff.
So if you wouldn't mind, through the chair, I will start and then I'll pass over to Nick again.
Sure.
And I printed out the W2 zone that currently exists in Shawnigan Lake. And just for the other directors who might not, use this bylaw on a daily basis, the W2 zone permits anything in W1. W1 talks about environmental protection, passive recreation, management of a water body, non-commercial private wharf, dock, or float. A float is like a raft from a provincial standpoint. And then W2 goes on and further permits boathouse, boat shelter, breakwater ramp. So just to go over it without going over every single piece. And then the W2 zone ends almost with a caveat. So it's not zoning per se, but it says Fisheries and Oceans Canada policies, a dock, wharf, boathouse, float are permitted without application to the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, DFO, if all the following conditions are met. And it's talking about the size, the structure does not occur over or adjacent to a location involving known fish spawning habitat, that is a lake. The structure does not require any dredging, blasting, and measures to protect fish habitat are there. And then the zone goes on to say as another caveat, so not something that we enforce really through zoning. Through the BC Ministry of Forest Lands and Natural Resource Operation policies, a dock, wharf, or float, including any attached dock fingers, is permitted without application to the BC Ministry of Forest and Lands if the following conditions are met. And once again, loosely, it says the structure must fit within an 80 square meter rectangle or envelope. Maximum of 2 float fingers may extend. A combination maximum surface area of the float and fingers is 46 square meters. And the first 3 meters of the structure adjacent to the shore's open span to accommodate water circulation and exchange and fish movement. Before I pass this over to Nick, what I want to say is that at no point in the Area D zoning bylaw has the definition of dock ever been, there is no definition of dock, meaning a dock never could make pilings onto another person's or another entity's or organization's property without permission. So this zoning bylaw for years has actually never been clear in the ownership aspect of it. The other part, before I hand it over to Nick, is that it is out of date. And so part of this, part of the scope of the CZB project was to ensure that the zones and the zoning bylaw that we're presenting is in line with current legislation, current and provincial policies, meaning, for instance, unrelated, but let's say I'm gonna back up. We didn't keep this section up to date in terms of the W2 zone. It is quite outdated, and I'll turn it over to Nick to kind of talk about it, but really the zone is not in compliance with current provincial regulation right now.
Through the chair to the director, just to add, it is not, the current zoning that discusses, docks is out of date. It's also, all the laws, of the land apply. So regardless of what the zoning bylaw has, there's always been the requirement, because the Water Sustainability Act applies to these lakes, and in some cases, the Land Act applies where the bed of the stream is Crown, that approvals were always required to go through the province. So I did receive confirmation, actually just this morning, about the procedure for, a dock, and the information that I received was that it's actually listed under Section 39D of the Water Sustainability Regulation, that notice to the Habitat Officer, a notification must be submitted for the construction, maintenance, or removal of a pier or wharf, which includes docks, if the ebb and flow of the water of the movement of material under the influence of waves or currents is not obstructed. And just for clarification, that last piece is that basically the dock needs to be designed and situated to not obscure wave action and the movement of water. And if it does, and if it's proposed, then a change approval, a higher level of review would be required. So how that applies to privately owned lake beds and streams is that if upland landowner who has, those riparian rights, so their property is adjacent to the lake, WSA authorization is required for all docks, regardless of whether they meet the general permission conditions and requirements or not. So that's what I discussed last Thursday, which is on the provincial website. The WSA application is informed, however, by the Land Act general permissions, and if a proposal does not meet the conditions and requirements of those permissions due to size, numbering of structures, etc., a more rigorous permitting is required, such as the change approval. And a private moorage agreement with the lake or streambed owner is required before the issuance of a WSA authorization. So I am aware of the cumulative shoreline developments on Shawnigan Lake, for an example. However, as it applies to docks and the zoning, it's really to match what and to inform that there is a provincial standard, and so anybody who's looking to have install a dock should be contacting Front Counter BC to determine what, as I explained, the permitting process and review for their property.
Did
Can I
that
follow up?
Yeah, I was just wondering
that
if
did not answer my question
Yeah,
because
okay.
CVRD actually has the zoning. Like we have the W3. We are zoning the surface of the water. That's all fine that there's all these provincial regulations, but that's not even part of what we're talking about today. What we're talking about today is there's things that were changed, like no boathouses. All that stuff is CVRD changing their zoning. We have been changing things as we go along. We have removed walls from boathouses. And then I had to argue and say, well, no, like a boat lift needs a roof. And like those types of things are important to the zoning. And those are things that we can permit. And we represent our communities, and the CVRD does the zoning. So why would we just throw it all away of what the community wants and always has to cite provincial regulations that the province is absent, completely absent. So we don't need to just limit our own people who we've said, their values are recreating in our communities and in the region, to give people these requirements that they use that don't make any sense at all. Like the dock size is completely too small, and maybe we would, if we feel like we want to ask the community, are you not happy with what the zoning is now, CVRD zoning? Do we want to change the size of the docks? Do we, do that types of things? Like, because we're talking about zoning that we can enforce and that we can provide our communities on how we live and recreate. So it's, like, either I'm not understanding, but those things existed before and now they're gone.
I think there's a couple of questions in there, but I'll turn to staff. Ms. Wright?
So to clarify, our current zones in Area B specifically are not aligned with provincial permissions, meaning our zone is not legal. It's not legally enforceable. Our zones, in purpose of a zoning bylaw, we can't do anything, we can't prohibit or go beyond provincial permissions, meaning the provincial general permission for the use of Crown land for private moorage supersedes our zoning, and it does not permit, the exact wording is that the only improvements authorized to be part of a dock are those improvements necessary for mooring a boat, including non-overhead boat lifts, pilings, anchor lines, and a walkway. No beach houses, storage sheds, boathouses, roofs, sun decks, hot tubs, or or other similar improvements are permitted, meaning we can't then go and permit them through zoning if they're not permitted outright through the province. There could be a process where we, if someone has permissions through the province to have that separately through the WSA permitting process, and then we go and amend a zone to it or something. However, right now, the Shawnigan Lake zoning bylaw zones are actually misleading in terms of what our authority is, in terms of a local government allowed to permit. And that's what's leading, and it has been out of date for, I don't know how many years, but quite some time.
Director Acton, the floor is still yours if you want to make a comment or ask another question.
Well, then the community really needs to understand. So it used to be enforceable. Bylaw used to come along and put stop work orders. So either they're doing that for the province or for CVRD, when it wasn't compliant. And if that's what you're saying, then how does that affect people now? So essentially, we're saying that all docks are not compliant, have never been compliant. And what does that mean for people in the future? If someone buys a new property and they want to build a house, are we going to say, sorry, you need to remove your dock first? Like, this sounds like pretty significant to me if we need to write it in the legislation, because we haven't written things like if you cut a tree in your riparian, you're going to have to talk to the province. So yeah, this seems significant, or either I'm overreacting, but I think the community would really like to have some clarity on this.
Ms. Wright?
So through the chair to the director, I never actually specified that they were never permitted. I don't know what the past legislation was around it, so I can't comment. However, I do know what it says today. And the permissions is dated as 2024, that's available online. So, but in terms of moving forward, one, we generally, unless it's through a specific direction through the board, we don't go and enforce on things that are not instigated through a neighbor complaint. Meaning, I understand there have been bylaw complaints submitted to the CVRD to bylaw services regarding boathouses and the size of them, and then bylaws has gone out to enforce. We have never. I don't believe in the time I've been here in the past several years have ever had direction to just go and do a blanket enforcement on anything. So that would be through the direction of the board if that were ever to occur. Meaning for moving forward today, you have an existing dock. You might, as a private property owner, might want to look into how to potentially legalize it through WSA and contacting the lake bed owner. The rarity here is that there are very few lakes within the entire province that are not owned by, or lake beds that are not owned by the Crown. It is a rare instance that our two major lakes in the Cowichan Valley have a private land owner that owns the lake bed, meaning the piling part without written permission from the owner is just not something that we can permit outright in a zone and encourage people to continue to do and say that we have jurisdiction over, because we don't own that lake bed, nor do we have any say over it. So it is connecting to the province and bringing the zone down. What we have talked about internally as staff with these water zones is putting more of a caveat, like which I read off, that's in the current W2 zone of Shawnigan Lake, saying, one dock is permitted per upland parcel, which is in line with the permissions anyway, and then saying some kind of caveat language, regarding this, the general permissions from the province, as opposed to outlining it in the zone. But what we're trying not to do is show private landowners or give the impression that a dock in the way that Shawnigan Lake has known to, and other lakes have been known to build them over the years, is actually legal. Because if you don't own the lake bed, any piling, unless there's permission, is not legal. And then the size of some docks and the boathouses, according to the province, are not permitted to begin with.
Director Acton, I know that doesn't satisfy you, but I've put it on the list. I don't know anything can be done for it, but I think it should be there if there's any potential. And maybe there's other jurisdictions, yeah, that have done this. Looking ahead, we've got Director Nicholson and then Director Wilson. Director Nicholson.
This will be very quick. It does take us back to ditches, though.
It's like a doc. It starts with D.
Well, I had a specific query that I received. It was about the ditches in the road right-of-way. The lawn goes down to the road right-of-way. Where can I put my fence? Can I put it on the property line, or do I have to back it off 5 meters from the ditch?
Well, yeah, in terms of where the ditch is located, so the roads in the CVRD are crown roads, and the road right-of-way is bigger than, or usually larger than the constructed road. There's also, for buildings and structures, the ministry has a 4.5 meter setback to the edge of the road, so it depends on, so I think the first thing is to look at where exactly the property goes in relation to the road right-of-way, and the zoning bylaw for the ditch setback was really meant when, as direction to go with their meter beat under wrapper to put these together, is the ditch top of bank 5 meters would likely not, it would in some cases not even be on the subject property or be within those front yard setbacks that are already in place, either through the yard setbacks or MOTS, other setbacks in addition to roads. So that's kind of
This is a really very difficult to
visualize.
Practically to actually enforce this, because our roads, they're all over the map as to how wide they are, how much, like sometimes the roads aren't even MOTIs, they are owned by the farmer. There's just a ton of issues around roads, so I'm just worried a little bit about the practicality of this. Yeah, that's all, we don't have to.
Okay, I don't think.
It's on the list, right?
Yeah, it definitely is on the list. And I'm thinking that sometimes there's these subject headings that we may want to just put forward in terms of, there are some things we cannot change. As much as we want to say, hey, we want to represent the community, if we cannot change it and it's the province, then it's the MLAs that need to be hearing about this, and that's their level. So anyways, I don't know if there's a way to structure those pieces, or at least identify, sort of like a vegan restaurant, to identify which ones are vegan. So anyways, Director Wilson, perhaps to close on this topic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and this is my weary face.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go back to something that, and we're still on ditches and QEPs to a certain extent. And I'm going to go back to what Mr. Sweats has mentioned about QEPs and this, that, and the other. And we're in a very difficult situation here, in as much as there is, as been mentioned, a mixture of provincial regulations and a mixture of our own situation, where sometimes the province's regulations take precedence and ours don't. But going back to QEPs and things like that, Bill 216, a local government must accept as meeting permit or bylaw requirements any submission certified by a PGA professional acting within their regulated scope of practice, unless the submission is incomplete or a complaint has been made to the superintendent. We get in a situation sometimes where QEP reports are being questioned more and more. So where do we go from here? Has there been? Is it incomplete? Is it? And this is my problem here. We're going back to ditches or riparian areas. Province says one thing, CVRD says another thing, and then we have QEPs whose reports are basically, I don't know.
I'm not sure how staff, I know we're comprehensive zoning bylaw, and this.
I would say point of order.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not related to the zoning.
But
it is to a certain extent, because
yeah.
people are coming forward with zoning applications and being turned down or being held up. It's not a point of order. It's relevant.
I would like to deal with the point of order. The topic is zoning bylaws. That's a consequence of a zoning bylaw. So if staff want to try to tackle one, but I don't think they're ready for this. it's a consequence of it, so I get it, but, and we will be talking about that, I'm sure, when we have future meetings, but.
And Mr. Chair, with due respect, this whole meeting here is a consequence of everything that has been going on so far with everything else, all the people that are here. This is another consequence of some of the things that are going on within the zoning bylaws. I'll leave it at that.
And I will put it on the list, and we'll see where, it may not come back on this one, but it will come back somewhere. Okay. The parking lot list. So Director McClinton?
Thank you, Chair. Just perhaps a suggestion or a plea to my fellow colleagues. We're into this, it's 3.5 hours just about. We've still got quite a bit to go through. Like, perhaps we could make a bit of a push to the end and write down our questions and get them at the end. I know we've got some folks in the crowd that have been sitting here for a while, so just a thought.
Mm-hmm. I've heard, and so how close, I feel like there is some light coming soon, so over to staff. And when I meant light, sort of at the end of the tunnel, you see it coming? Yeah, so not the train.
Not a train headlight,
Yeah.
right?
Thank
So
you.
we will try and move fast, and maybe we'll skip over the question periods that we had identified to group it right up to the end. So we'll just go straight through. So the next section is on comprehensive development zones. And the CZB contains a total of 36 of these. Next slide. Comprehensive development zone, or a CD zone, is a site-specific zone tailored to a particular property or development used for unique or complex projects that don't fit within standard zoning. The CZB contains a total of 33 CD zones. Oh, that's two different numbers. Anyway, we have carried forward the existing CD zones and created 17 new CD zones for site-specific developments that are unique and apply to single parcel development. You can easily identify which of these new CD zones are by checking attachment C to the staff report. In cases where multiple existing zones have been consolidated into a single zone, within that zone, various areas have been established, both in the mapping and within the bylaw text, to clearly distinguish the uses and regulations that apply within each part of the zone. So the example in the image there is Yubo lands in Area I. Formerly, there were multiple zones there. We're now treating Yubo lands as a single CD zone, and then within that, the areas that were for residential are given a specific sub-number. The areas that were for industrial and utilities and so on, they all get their own specific number. Next slide, please. So the other thing to pay attention to is that CD zones are now named by electoral area. So each CD zone begins with the letter CD, followed by the electoral area name, or letter, pardon me, and then the zone number and a descriptive name. So the example here, which is a CD zone in Area A, so it's A1, and it's Sandy Beach Cottages zone. So that's just so that you can kind of get a sense of how to read those. The key thing is that for every CD zone that already existed within any of the zoning bylaws, we have kept the content virtually identical. The only changes have been made in terms of the structure of the zones themselves so that it's consistent with how we did the other zones. So next, please. Manufactured home parks. So the final three parts of the comprehensive zoning bylaw are related to broad regulations that support the zoning bylaw overall. The first of these are manufactured home park regulations. So manufactured home parks in the CVRD currently are regulated through a separate bylaw, which is bylaw number 4435, which was adopted in 2022. The CZB process represents an opportunity to integrate this separate bylaw that is closely connected to zoning within the same document. So these manufactured home park regulations will be used for any development involving manufactured homes, whether or not it's situated within a manufactured home park zone. And currently, we have two manufactured home park zones within the CZB, R4 and R5. One of them is for manufactured home parks that are stratified, and the other one is for manufactured home parks where the underlying land is rented to the manufactured home owner. Given that the current bylaw is from 2022, it's relatively modern and can be integrated within the within the CZB with only minor updates to align with the CZB definitions, format, and other zone regulations. Parking regulations are also from a separate bylaw, and they're being integrated into the CZB through this process. The current off-street parking regulation is from 1986. And so by integrating it, but also modernizing and updating it, we are trying to reflect current best practices in the CZB. Parking regulations are used to determine the number of off-street parking and loading spaces that are required to support the development of different uses. They also provide guidance on parking dimensions, materials, and siting. The CZB includes updated numbers related to off-street vehicle parking, loading spaces, and accessible parking spaces based on current best practices. The CZB also incorporates new parking regulations for the provision of electric vehicles and bicycle parking spaces. Finally, RV storage parking requirements are brought forward from specific zoning bylaws to more consistently regulate RV and boat storage on parcels across the region. The final part of the CZB is signage regulations. Similar to parking, the CZB process is an opportunity to integrate a separate regulation into the document. So the current signage regulation in the CVRD is Bylaw 1095 from 1987. Signage regulations identify the types, numbers, and locations for signage based on different permitted uses. They also identify prohibited signs and provide general regulations on sign components, placement, lighting, and maintenance. Key regulations from the existing sign bylaw have been brought forward and incorporated into the CZB. Through this integration, the approach for determining the type and size of signs permitted has been simplified.
Over to Ms. Wright. There you go.
Yes, thank you. So, last two slides. In terms of the next steps, so the timeline, this slide used to look different until the other day. So as you're aware, in accordance with the endorsed project charter, the all APC meeting that was scheduled to occur yesterday evening was unable to proceed as scheduled. Therefore, as a result, we're no longer aligned with the original or the project charter timeline. So staff will be working to revise the project charter to reflect an updated schedule moving forward. We're currently working towards the April 15th EASC meeting. However, this timing is tentative, really working hard to it, but there's a couple factors at play. One is that we have a new communications manager starting next week, and we really need to get them on board with this this project and to talk to them about best practices on how to move forward from a communication and engagement standpoint. Their first day is Tuesday with the CVRD. So we need to really get aligned with that. The other thing is we do need to touch base with staff if the timelines are differing, because we need to be able to have staff at these events. So it's a couple of things that need to work together in order for us to be back here for April 15th. However, we're going to do everything we can to be on that agenda if possible. So when we do come back to EASC with a revised project charter, we will be updating the timelines for APC engagement, the continued review, and the next steps in the process. As part of this, we'll continue to ensure that there's opportunities for the APC and public to provide input. And we recognize that there's a high level of interest in the project and the importance of moving forward in a clear and thoughtful way. Updated timelines and next steps will be brought forward for the committee for consideration. In terms of engagement, this also plays into it. So the public engagement events that have been advertised are still anticipated to proceed as planned. However, as I just said, this may change pending the review next week of the project charter and timelines with more senior staff and the new manager of communications. So in the interim, staff will continue working towards delivering these events as advertised. That said, the safety of both staff and the public is paramount for these events. So engagement activities will be reviewed to ensure appropriate measures are in place to support a safe and respectful environment for all participants. And I think There we go. So I want to just thank you for your time for the past couple of days and for listening and staying engaged in the process. We appreciate your participation and look forward to continuing the conversation moving forward, because this is a conversation in order for all of us to move forward together. Thank you.
Yep, thank you for that. And I would like to, if there's any last questions, and then I would like to do a roundtable. So each director has a chance to sort of maybe give some last feedback. So Director Acton, you had your hand up for a question, was it?
We're not going to review parking?
Yep, that's what, right now we have parking. We had just went through those, yep, that's for questions. And then once we finish the last questions, I know it sort of sounded like it ended, but no, we're doing the last little section with questions. And then after that, there can be a short roundtable, and then we will go to question period.
Okay, so the mention of the project charter, though, I'd like to comment on that, or at least I have a suggestion.
So maybe at the roundtable piece, that would be for
Okay.
there, unless you had a question on signage or parking or mobile home parks.
Okay, I'll wait.
Okay, Director Abbott.
I might be out of order. I had a question about site-specific, going back to the
Oh,
agricultural.
conference, yep, that's not, you're in order, go ahead.
Ms. Suderman, you mentioned when we were into comprehensive zones, you mentioned site-specific, and back to my area, Area D, I just wonder whether we've overlooked a site-specific for farmhouse poultry, and kind of aligning it just like Mill Bay processing. It's a rather industrial facility on ag lands, and I think it's been overlooked. I have the PID, okay. I do have other comments, but thanks. Thanks, Mr.
And Director Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And this is about parking or other items as well. There's one of these broad phrases which is current best practices being used, and in particular with parking. Would that address what might be very, very unique local conditions? For example, in the middle of Cobble Hill Village, there is a proposal for something, and the parking may not be available. However, I have been informed that if this proposal was to go to the adjoining business and say, can we use your parking areas out of business hours because it's a restaurant type thing, that would alleviate this. So this is a unique thing, and the current best practices phrase may not meet that. So will we be looking at the local conditions, the unique local conditions as well?
Over to staff on that one. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to the director. Forgive me, I can't find it in this section, although I'm looking. However, there is a provision that talks about if you can't provide all the parking on a site, but I can't find it in here. But yes, we have considered that. I do want to review it myself to see how the language is and maybe kind of better reflect what you're talking about. But yes, in theory, but we will make a note to kind of go and re-review to ensure that it is more, like, as flexible as possible.
Thank you.
I'm adding it. Director Segal.
Thanks, Chair. I think this might be on your list, but I just need a reminder. I think we talked about it last week, but the agritourism allowances and the alignment with the ALC regulations, can I just get a reminder? I think we're allowing what the ALC allows.
Over to staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the Agricultural Land Commission use regulation contains what they curiously call a permitted use that may be prohibited, which prohibited non-farm use, or sorry, permitted non-farm use that may be prohibited, and it includes agritourism accommodation. That section includes, I'm sorry, I don't have it right in front of me right now, but includes mention of tents, RVs, cabins, all examples that they list are quite rustic accommodation. And then it also refers to bedrooms And so we've tried to align the draft zoning with what the ALC appears to be communicating in that regulation. Again, based on other discussions, we don't want to purport to permit something that is not permitted by provincial regulation. So we've done our best to align the draft as you see it now with the regulation in the LR's jurisdiction. So the other thing about that is, I think for parcels under 4 hectares in the ALR, we have proposed not to permit agritourism accommodation. I suspect the reason for that is because those are fairly small properties, and it might put an unreasonable burden on the area of land to have, perhaps up to 10 units of accommodation on a rather small property that's otherwise being farmed. That's a draft. As noted, everything in this bylaw is a draft. That way, I think was the reason that it was drafted in that fashion.
Yes, a follow-up?
And the bathrooms piece is like, are we not allowed to allow in indoor bathrooms according to the ALC regs?
Over to staff on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. They don't specifically mention it, but as I said, the examples they list are bedrooms, cabins, tents, RVs. Most bedrooms don't have a bathroom in them. So we're kind of reading between the lines. I don't know whether it's actually something the ALC wants to prohibit or not, but we've drafted the proposed zoning regulation with the utmost caution in respect of that.
Interesting. Okay. Any follow-up? Are you good? Okay. Director McClinton and then Director Morrison, perhaps. Oh, and then Director Nicholson.
Yeah, just a quick comment to maybe put an asterisk on your list.
Yep.
Just of all the things I listened to last week and this week, the most confusion is around the waterways, the wrapper, jurisdiction, and I just think we really need to tighten that up for our developers, anybody, we got to be able to explain what's a ditch, what's a stream, what's a lake, like all of these things, and make it really clear. Just what I observed and noticed, and I think like that needs a lot of work. So, thank you.
Okay. Is that your roundup time? No. Oh.
I got lost.
Director Morrison.
Thank you, Chair. And I think I need some clarification, or maybe just need to read it a few more times. In regards to the parking, and I'm inquiring not only in vehicle parking, but bicycle parking too, because I noticed there's and yes, we're moving towards more electric vehicles. I look at the requirements under parking, and I gather we've got short-term and long-term. And then there's a requirement for, I've lost it here, electric vehicle charging infrastructure. And it says that we have to, that it has to be provided, but it doesn't say as to what level, or are we, I guess what I'm trying to say is I really don't want to be involved in the regulation of providing electricity for parking. Is there going to be a great deal of applicability to the rural areas of our region for not only electric vehicle charging infrastructure? I know this is guidance towards zoning, but we've also indicated that electrification is going to be required for bicycle parking as well. Is this really all that necessary? Like, do we need this in our zoning?
Director or staff want to take that? I think that's Ms. Wright.
So I won't answer the second part because that would be up to the board direction if we do or not. However, I do want to comment that the EV parking, it's not applicable to single residential or duplex. It's for residential with 3 or more dwelling units, as well as commercial, industrial, and institutional uses with common parking areas, which is similar to other. We did a good review of other regional districts and other kind of like areas around us to see how they were doing it, and really just based it on that. We don't have to go to the extent, or, if the board wishes not to go to the extent of, right now it says provide at a minimum a level 2 charging, and kind of goes into the specifics. That doesn't need to be there. However, it is based on the push to electrify vehicles, sorry, I can't speak, and to kind of support that, especially when we're talking about tourism and stuff like that. As a tourist myself, going places, when you go on a road trip, sometimes it can be very difficult to find a place to charge your vehicle, especially in more remote areas. And in these areas like a shopping center, we want to go back to a similar example that we used earlier, like Thrifties. If someone's visiting the island, Thrifties would be like a stop above the Malahat or below the Malahat that this may be applicable to. So it's just really thinking of a broad way to bring this forward in newer developments.
Thank you.
Director, yeah, Morrison, follow-up?
Yeah, well, yes, thank you, Chair. And I understand in vehicles, in electrified vehicles, I'm also questioning trying to create the scenario in my mind where we have a multi-unit residential proposal where are we really dictating that for a communal parking area for bicycles, and that the electrification must happen within that communal space provided under the zoning? Or is there not the possibility of a property developer saying, those people that are using bicycles will store them and charge them within their own four walls of their units? So again, is that much detail required? I'd like to see it made in Cowichan recommendation as opposed to perhaps borrowing from neighbors, because I don't think we're very much like the Capital Regional District, if that was the source. I was going to ask where the source of the data came from. So I'll stop there, but I think it's a question worth asking. Thank you.
Over to staff.
So if I could start, and then Bev, if you wouldn't mind. Once again, no, it's not a required part of this at all. However, it is something that, especially when you talk about mixed-use buildings where you have commercial on the bottom, and that's what the OCP designations and therefore the zones that we've presented have been alluding to, more mixed-use buildings, meaning residential units will likely not be in the form of a single residential or duplex development. They would be, apartments and condos, meaning that ability to store or charge your bike is not necessary. You might not have the room in your particular unit, and in these cases of these mixed-use buildings, these are considered amenities through the developer, and we're trying to make sure that we are in line with our active transportation goals, promoting that, promoting the use of our different kind of modes of transportations, our pathways, everything. But also keeping in mind that sometimes when you have a mixed-use building of a sort, the units that you live in get smaller and smaller, but you still have hobbies, and the hobbies take up more space than you may be given in your unit size. So that's where that comes from. It's not out of line with building any, other jurisdictions, multi-unit building development guidelines and things like that. However, it would be up to, of course, the discretion of the board at this point. It is not a required part of this zoning bylaw process.
Over to anybody else? Okay, all right. Director Acton, were you online to ask the question? I saw your hand and then it disappeared.
I'll save it.
Okay, Director Nicholson.
Thank you. I'm just trying to understand where we're at. So you've made a list.
Yep.
And I have made a list. And I'm wondering, with the list, what kind of direction the list, what does the list mean as far as, is this something we want staff to consider, or is there direction there, or is it just topics that we want to come back to, or how does this work?
As far as I'm concerned, I've got 2.5 pages of items. This goes to staff. It becomes part of the record that we have issues around each one of them. I'm hoping that they will see the issue when they read my short note on it, but if not, they can come to us for clarification. But I think this is what they take back. I think that's part of the roundtable, is to say, what do you want done with this list, and give it direction now, because we've referred this back to staff to work on. So I would save that for the roundtable. What you think needs to be done for staff, or make sure staff have clear direction.
So then I would need to look at the list.
Oh, okay. I can summarize it if you like. Would that be helpful?
That would.
Okay, I can do that, as well as it will be part of the record as well, so.
And I have another suggestion. I think a lot of this, I appreciated those what do they call it, facts?
FAQs.
FAQs. I think you should add.
Okay, maybe I think these are the kind of things I want to hear in the round table. Like, just to, if you have things that you want to give.
Oh, you want specifics in the roundtable?
If you want to add specifics, but I think this is the kind of thing where I think we can come to a conclusion here.
Okay.
And because
Sure.
we're more giving direction than asking questions at this point, unless you had a question for us.
Okay, so there are other things that I think I'll just take up with staff offline related to specific
Yep.
mapping things and so forth. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And I was just going to mention as well, just before question period, but I think it's really good right now, just to get it on the record, that questions, like when you come up, when we do question period in a few minutes, you get 2 questions, but questions go to zoning@cvrd.bc.ca. That's where a question goes. Thoughts and concerns go to legislative services. And so that they can track and do that. But questions that you have to zoning@cvrd.bc.ca. So with that,
Sorry, Mr. Chair,
Yep.
can I change my mind? If we're talking about adding to the list, and there is a question in there, because I'd like to understand, the parking section is actually something that really hurt the PR of the whole thing of this. And if it's very over prescriptive. It talks about long-term bike parking and short-term bike parking. The electrical chargers part is just adding extra cost for developers. I own 2 electric cars. I've never charged anywhere else but a supercharger on a very long trip, or at home. So there's adding chargers is very questionable. It could maybe be like a maybe, because we are just this whole document just adds so much cost for development and restrictions, as far as I can tell. And then other things in the parking thing is trailers. It's mentioned 1 trailer and or a camper. There's a diagram of where to park said trailer on your property next to your garage. These types of things, when people are here to enjoy things recreationally, are just way too prescriptive and restrictive, because what if somebody has another trailer that they use to take their debris to Bings Creek? And then, like, anyway, so the whole parking section is quite problematic, as I said. And so I guess I want to ask staff where is the lens? Are you taking a lens, or can you tone down the language so that development is not so expensive? Because that is another thing that people are concerned about, is affordability, and all of these nice to have things just add costs.
over to staff.
Thank you, through the chair. So that is taken into consideration. Some of it, for sure, we can, as we keep saying, this is a draft, and we wanted to present something because we need to present something in order to start the conversation. The current parking bylaw is 40 years old, meaning it required, we were bringing it up to snuff. Up to current times, there weren't EVs at that time, so we put in regulations that we're proposing that are in line with other local governments. However, if we look at the wording, we're talking about, for instance, I'm looking at the bicycle dimensions, parking and the long-term bike parking spaces. So for instance, a short-term bike parking space, to be clear, is like if you go and ride your bike to, let's keep thrifties in mind, let's plug here for them, to that complex, and you need a spot to park your bike there while you go shopping and using the commercial uses there. A long-term is for multi-unit buildings where you would have in your building a parking space where your bike would be more secured for the long term as opposed to just in your unit. So that's the difference between those two types of parking spaces. However, the specific wording is to include access to an electrified outlet. Because that's there because it is much cheaper for a developer while the building's being built to put in the outlet versus getting an electrician in later to do it ad hoc. So that's where that wording is. So that is, and that's all it says. It talks about an outlet for bicycles, for instance. It doesn't talk about the whole charging unit. So we're thinking about the cheapest way to develop a building in terms of like how the world is changing to more electrified vehicles and bikes. That's the thought behind that. However, the basis of your question is, does it have to be so robust? No, it doesn't. However, we would like further direction, if that's the case, on what you would like and not like to see, and maybe it's up to talking about the APCs as well at the same time. That would be up to you. Thank you.
Yeah. So, Sierra, Director Acton, is you okay with that, or for now? Okay. Okay, we're at the roundtable part. I have the list. I can read it out, but I think the piece for me is staff are listening to this. This is recorded, and that we will get, staff need to work with this. But the biggest piece that comes out of this is the public engagement, and hearing from the public. And so what do we want to do with the 250 and the other, how many other hundreds we have in terms of having that looked at as well. So I think that's where the roundtable comes in, and I will send this to each of you, unless you prefer, if you want it read out, I can do that now. Summary? Okay. So to do that, I will read out food trucks, backyard chickens, boat lifts, docks, and docks on the other one too, roadside stands, agritourism, and there's about 3 or 4 things around agritourism: bathroom, size of property, April to September, shipping containers and growth containment boundaries, fence height in rural areas, B&B standards, general regulations, forestry designation and use, dark skies, not even mentioned, home plate aspects within farm and forestry, A2 uses, and this is around agritourism and accommodation, forestry, detached suites despite parcel size, additional workplace or work housing or worker housing on industrial, possibly increasing the housing numbers. Coke Sala, is the OCP reflecting its use? This is the Coke Sala industrial. Sorry. Impervious parcel coverage. Put that in there as well. Conservative or liberal, what's the sort of the approach? Other rail corridors, but I think we had an answer for that, so I bracketed it. P1 zoning, assembly use and food trucks. Uses, and I put incidental around it, and that goes into what's permitted, what's prohibited, what's incidental. Light rail transit, is that restricting sort of language? What is grandfathered and legal non-conforming, and how does that affect development permits? Ditches, what's defined as a stream? Maybe a diagram, flow chart might be useful. Docks was about the old W2. Shawnigan there was an old W2 zoning in Shawnigan. Is that going to be significantly changed? I think we talked a lot about that. QEPs, this Director Wilson brought up, and how to manage the issue of reports. Parking, can it be as flexible as possible? waterways, wrapper, and clear language. And the last one, parking. Is it over prescriptive, cost for development, and trailer parking, I think is just about, you know, where you're putting your trailers. So those are the ones that we've had over the last almost 9 hours, folks. Equestrian centers is added on there, okay. And I think that one is in many of the letters. So, okay.
Glue factories.
Careful, I'm a horse lover. That's it. So now I would entertain that it's at 10 to 5. We move in a circle and get a short summary. Should we put them on 3 minutes? No. I will leave it to you, but short summary. And if there is some things that are ditto, say ditto. Okay, over to Director McClinton.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I'm going to pull back on all of this and just say some general things. First of all, I want to just thank all the folks who made it this far. We had a packed crowd before and hanging in there. You know, democracy in action is incredibly messy, and it's not always straightforward, but it's the best we got, and I really am, I like seeing it in action, and I'm happy that it's happening, because I think, you know, one of the things that I think happened with how the OCP moved forward is people got engaged at the very end, and seeing folks getting engaged now at the beginning of this process, I'm very confident that we're going to have a better document because of it. We're going to have a more educated and engaged electorate, and you know, I'm here for it. I think that's great. One thing though that I would like to point out, you know, and I don't say these words lightly, you know, just noticing some things online and even some things today, you know, there's been some people in our community that have made threats online to some different colleagues and staff members, and I just think that, you know, for all people, but especially if you're a man doing that, you know, I think we need to conduct ourselves with a little bit of honor, like we're all doing our best here, and if you're seeing that happening, I think it's all upon us to call it out, and so I'll leave it at that, but I think that's really important. I'm really hoping that this process, getting through this, that we're going to get some of our social license back and work through this process. You know, there's two types of people in the world, people that say there's two types and people that don't, but also there's, you know, Tony Robbins talks about moving away people and moving towards people, and, you know, I'm a moving towards kind of person, like, come with me and let's build this thing together. You know, I think I want to thank the staff for all their incredibly hard work. Lauren was one of the first people I met at the volunteer dinner in Mill Bay, and I just remember thinking how clever she was, and just, you know, you can tell that all the work that's gone into this is no small feat to move us in this direction. So just thank you, and I know Bev, you've been a big part of that as well. So let's come together and let's make this the document that we want it to be. There's going to be things in here that we disagree on, and let's talk about those, but let's find the things that we do agree on, and let's get that moving forward. You know, it's important for me, and I'm very confident that the staff has operated in this way, but let's be an enabling organization, and let's, you know, and one of the fellows that got up here and spoke earlier, he's actually an old friend of mine. We played hockey together in Victoria, and he lived on a sailboat for 3 years to save up money so that he could buy a piece of property here in the Cowichan Valley, and, you know, he's facing some real challenges with the rezoning, and it's, you know, to work that hard to, you know, get a dream, to realize your dream and get a piece of dirt and build your own house, and then to kind of have that yanked out from under your feet. I mean, I didn't get into politics to destroy dreams, and, you know, I don't think anybody here did, and so let's figure out a way for those people. I know we often say we zone the piece of property, not the person, but you know, we're all people here trying to do our best, making our way, and you know, I really feel for some of the folks that have been here for generations. You know, the people who built this community, our loggers, our millwrights, our longshoremen, our plumbers. You know, all of those hardworking folks. And you know, when a document like this drops, it can feel like, you know, pretty overwhelming. And, you know, just, you know, I think we're all doing it right now, but just to reinforce, we need to be sensitive to that. We need to listen to those folks to continue to have those community meetings. And I know we're going to do that. So, but I just wanted to restate that. And just one more little personal story. Yesterday was my wedding anniversary, and I was talking to our chair about that. And yesterday, the only place that was open was the Crone Gate. So we drove out there and going through Area H and Cedar and Yellow Point. And, you know, one property, there's like 3 tractors, and then the next one, there's a boat and a couple trailers, and then there's a fence that's 8 feet. And I was kind of joking with my wife, like, bylaw infraction. Like, you could see why people would see this document and it would generate a lot of anxiety. So, you know, how do we navigate that? How do we let people know that we're not here to make their life more difficult? We're here to, this document is supposed to enable and to make the lives of people who live in the Cowichan Valley better. So. One last thing, thank you. One last thing I want to say, it's just a small piece, but something that might be helpful to know. And you know, local government is very, very strange, and regional districts are even stranger. And one of the first things I learned from the lawyer, I forget, he does all of our, but in Canada, there's only 2 levels of government. There's the federal and the provincial, and the local government is a child of the provincial government. Like Bill 44 is a perfect example. The province gives us all of our powers, and with a stroke of a pen, they can take them away. And so many of the things that we have to write into our bylaws are mandated legally by the province. And so it's not all of it, or not even most of it, but I do think that's an important concept for folks to understand. You know, they do try to give us a little leeway, but yeah, I think just knowing that we're often feeling constrained, and there's lots of things that get downloaded on us as well. So, yeah, I think I'll leave it there. Thank you, and I'm really hopeful for the path forward, and I'm looking forward to the public information session and seeing you all there. Thank you.
Thank you, Director McClinton. Director Wilson.
He's a tough act to follow, isn't he, eh?
I think the word's ditto.
Yeah, he's brought up some great points, so ditto, ditto, ditto. As far as I'm aware, the intent of the HOCP, the MOCP, and this CZB was and still is to make things easier, clearer, and less cumbersome for the residents and staff, for everybody. The old rules and regulations were a mishmash of this, that, and the other, which were cobbled together over years and perhaps even decades. There were different rules and regulations in every area, even for the simplest use or application. With the presentation of this CZB, it just seems that things have grown, things have been added, and terminology appears to have become almost judicial or consequential, and confusing. And the need for clarity is huge. We don't need any more interpretation of rules and regulations. That is paramount. In my opinion, what is now presented is not what I or a significant number of residents expected. And an analysis of public input and revision and subsequent revision, I think, is required. Residents have made their views very, very clear and in no uncertain terms. Frustration and distrust were evident. And that's really very sad. But as Director McClinton has pointed out, that's democracy. That's what it's all about. And so I do applaud the staff. They've put in huge amounts of work here. And I'm glad that we seem to be coming to consensus that the CZB is a work in progress. It can and will be sent back, and it will be revised and come back to us, and that we will have a public a public hearing time at times. Finally, Mr. Chair, there are some of the things that sometimes come from me as being criticism. They're not. This is nothing personal. This is business. This is how we do things. And if there's a better way of doing things, then I'd like to find it. But this is good so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Wilson. Director Morrison, and then Director Acton after Director Morrison. Go ahead, Director Morrison.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to begin by letting everybody that has taken time out of their day to send us emails that I've read virtually every one of them and answered, those from Area F and those people that I know, and as time has permitted, we've had to read all this material while we've been receiving all of this input, and it's been a tough slog for the last little bit. I want to go to something that I've picked out of a lot of what this input has that's been shared with us, and that's about common sense. And there's a bunch of things around common sense and things that aren't adding up from where I sit right now, and that's just how difficult it is for folks to navigate through all of the material that we've been going through. And I want to start by going back in time a little bit, in that it's always been a desire of my community in Area F, at least, that the documents that we're presenting that are going to be used by our community are clear, simple, plain language, easy to navigate. And I know we're in the process right now, but I'm having a challenge navigating, trying to find the maps that are apply to the development permits that apply to, it's a real challenge. We've got to find a way to simplify this process. And I think part of that will be when we're looking at the charter and discussing timelines and the like, I'd like to see an implementation strategy as to how all of this is going to roll out. I was unaware that when we were considering the MOCP, that applications were going to be held in abeyance while there was the consideration of the MOCP, and so we've had a few bumps in the road on that front. Going back to the simplicity of this, our documents at the end of the day shouldn't need a consultant or a lawyer to interpret. And it just seems like with the number of DPs and the complexity of the MOCP and all of those documents, people are having to hire enough consultants. And so I think we have to scale back on how much professional advice people need to do something that should be fairly simple. I sense that we misread the community's temperature. And Director McClinton had said that we had a number of people engage in this process towards the end. Now, we've been doing public engagement for years, but I think a lot of that's gotten stale, judging on what we've heard in the last few days. So I think that the thing that we need to do, that I would like to see us do, is everything that we talked about in the last couple of days. And I think that now that people have been reading the CZB, in the last couple of days, I've had emails from folks saying, oh, now I get what the furor was back in the fall when everybody was talking about the MOCP. People didn't see the connection. MOCP, DPs is leading to the CZB. So I think that we're going to have a really good read and perhaps a consideration of how we can maybe reduce the size and the complexity of the foundational document before we go too much further and too much deeper into the CZB. Thanks for the opportunity to go round table, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Director Morrison. Director Acton, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to commend you. You have done an amazing job at diffusing a really angry community. But I'm not sure how to say this. I don't think that the temperature is going to go down just from this meeting, and because you have done a really great job, and I agree with everything that has been said, and so I just like to highlight, like, Jesse's part of, like, let's enable people. We need to enable people now. We can't wait till the end of this process. I haven't slept hardly at all in the last few days. This has been stressful enough for me. And you know, hundreds of emails, etc. But imagine somebody whose property is potentially affected. We know which ones, not even the specific properties, but we know which ones they are. The agricultural needs to be allowed, the detached suites. We need to change the wording on all of that before we go out to the community any further. We need to hear them now, and do that. And then to Director Wilson's, you highlighted that it needs to be revamped a little bit before, and that's what I heard from you, Director Wilson, that before it goes out, we need to do a little work too. So I agree with all of those. And I was actually really surprised. I feel like we're here where we are today because of the project charter. This is a new practice, which kind of blindsided me a bit when you call it something like that. To me, it's just a work plan, and then it means that it's full steam ahead with all the steps. Like, we've booked open houses soon, all kinds of things, when there was an option to send this back to staff for some revision, but then that didn't give it enough time. So that the practice of a project charter needs to be revisited, and because I don't believe we would be in such a mess and have the community so upset about misunderstanding that this is just a suggestion. So I think that, what else did I want to add? I'm sorry, my notes are like all over the place here. Yeah, we need to help those people and remove some of the complexities and take some of this input, especially like on the agricultural part. It's really disheartening to hear that we've engaged the community, but we haven't taken a lot of that. And that is something we've heard commonly from the APC. So we really have to get back to the drawing board. You know, I don't want to throw it out, but we really have to think about how we are affecting people's lives. And I really think that this needs to be done sooner than later. We can't wait and just put out a draft like this, because we're not going to get to everybody who to be able to calm them down like you did, Mr. Chair, today. So, and I just can't even imagine if my property was going to be affected and my livelihood, that you could make me wait 3 months or 6 months and always be worrying about it. So I think those are, for me, priorities that need to be addressed as soon as possible. And when the project charter comes up, I think we really need to relook at that and negotiate where that's going. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Deck.
Thank you, Chair. So first of all,
Oh, yeah, sorry.
That's okay. Thanks. First of all, I'd like to commend staff for their hard work, skill, and knowledge to create a document that of necessity is complex. All the many possible T's and I's must be crossed and dotted, because at some time, those left out or taken out will come back to haunt us. Although I've heard from community members informally about fencing, food security, self-sufficiency, and all those that were expressed today, I'm looking forward to hearing the opinion of residents and those of Area I and those in the rest of the CVRD in the formal input period. I'm also excited about working collaboratively with staff and residents to create a comprehensive zoning bylaw that respects rights and gives clarity about expectations so that the needs of the people and the natural world in this beautiful place are met. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Deck. Director Nicholson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think you've done a bang-up job today.
Thank you.
And I'd like to thank staff. I think this is an amazing document, and I have looked at it very carefully from the perspective of Area E, and I would agree that not a lot has changed. There are things that need to be refined and fixed, but overall, I don't think it's a huge surprise. I'd like to apologize from my heart to all those people who have small rural lots and have chickens and bees and goats and so forth, and we're very worried that they would not be able to continue with their small farm businesses just because of a misunderstanding about a backyard chicken regulation designed for small lot residential areas. So I really, really understand how stressed you were, and I feel extraordinarily sad about it, and I know that we need to pull up our socks and do a far better job at communicating at the CVRD, and I take full responsibility for that. I agree that we need to take an attitude that enables people to get on with their lives in the best way, particularly as it applies to food security. That's something that's close to my heart. I work very hard to produce as much food as I can, and it is going to be so important into the future. So I think that we need to do that, and we need to do it in a real way and not be conservative about how we approach it. And I very much admire the City of Victoria, who have an urban agricultural policy that allows you to farm in downtown Victoria. What else should I say? I really look forward to, it's a real opportunity that it has engaged people that haven't necessarily been engaged in this type of work before. I know that some people just are generally mad with government, but there are other people who are generally curious and want to make sure that this works for them because the future is really important. So I look forward to working with them, and I hope that our workshops or our open houses, we can take a much more of a workshop-y attitude to it as opposed to I want a more collaborative type of approach. And then the last thing I will say is I appreciated the FAQs because as it was brought out, we are just children of the province. A lot of what we have to do is already built into legislation. And I think you need to add to your FAQs the right of entry issue. So that's an easy one to cover, or that should be in there. And then this, you already did the $50,000 fines issue. That's in there, so that's great. Someone was on about major infrastructure implications of all this, and I think that there should be an FAQ around the growth containment boundaries and how that is intended to address infrastructure issues. And there was also the site-specific development blueprints embedded directly into the bylaws, including detailed architectural controls and density caps. And I think that density caps issue is what the OCP is all about. So I think that needs to be in the FAQs as well. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. I see, did you want to speak? Ms. Danielle Miles-Wilson, and I think I got the right button. There you go.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. It's been a long day. I think everybody's really tired at this point, so I'll make it short and sweet. Thank you for your comments around the table and continued support of the team here. I know we've all had a very tough week and just wanted to reflect on that and thank the members of the public listening and that have stuck with us this meeting as well. It's been a challenging week and we will move forwards. But the thing I wanted to raise in addition to that point is that we, moving out of this meeting, you have recommended to come back with a project charter, work plan, whatever phraseology makes you comfortable. We're coming up with a kind of revised plan to move forwards with this project. Staff have advised me that we have a plan right now to do open houses, the first one being May 5th. And so to slow this down a little bit, we would not have the advertising time available to start those open houses on that timeline. So advertising for that would need to go out in and around April 15th, which is when you're going to receive the revised timeline. So things get compressed a little bit. It's, doable, but we just wanted to know that, wanted you to know that we may need to receive direction from you here today to go ahead and cancel those and come back with a revised plan.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, nobody jump in yet, please. We still have Director Segal and Director Abbott to go. Director Segal.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to say ditto to all of the things Director Nicholson brought up. She had said a bunch of things that I had in here. But one of the things not on your list, I think, was the chickens.
It was on there.
Yeah? Okay. And then I also just wanted to note, I disagreed with the comments about not needing the electric vehicle chargers. The type of electric vehicle I have has a smaller battery. I need to charge more often. I really rely on chargers, and I can't do the superchargers. So it just reminded me with all of these things, I think they need to be brought back to us to debate and vote on, not just that there's kind of this elusive direction to staff to redo things. I think it's important for us to be making those decisions, especially on these really politically charged things. I know I'm hearing, a little bit of varied comments around the directors, but I think we are really all united in working together to get this document to the right place it needs to be to support our communities. And I really want to applaud the directors that I saw this weekend in our attempts to guide effective communication on social media. It's really hard when little bits and pieces of this huge document got out into social media and are taken out of context. And, myself and a couple of other directors tried to, say, hey, there's a Plan Your Cowichan website, tried to direct residents to find the whole picture, which I know is hard to take all in, but there's a lot of, I had to turn off the comments. There's a lot of vitriolic comments that I received. But I hope that through, I've been doing media like crazy this last few days as your chair. And so I really hope the message gets out there to our residents that we deeply care. We are members of these communities. We live here. We really want to see them thrive and be sustainable and be recognized for how unique we are. So I think that's all I wanted to say about that. And I really look forward to the communications and where we can all be united in our messaging going forward. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Director Abbott.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks everybody around the table. But I'd especially like to do some dittos. I'd like to thank the members of the public who've both written and spent an afternoon here. And it's sad that Lydia and young Bronwyn had to peel away just a few minutes ago. They were most interested, and hopefully they're staying aligned online, staying abreast online. I also want to emphasize tremendous kudos to the staff that have worked for many, many years on this project. And I know, at any rate, and I'd also, somebody that needs more of an acknowledgement is our chair, who, that stack of letters beside him, he has written and replied to most of them and guided us through this. So thank you, Chair, for an amazing job. The catchphrase that I would hope resonates is, it's time to slow down. let's get this process done correctly. Let's emulate what's gone on with the OCP process from harmonized, modernized, and not quite complete. The OCP still has Schedule B to get complete. Let's get the OCP done and dusted, and then work on the development permit area exemptions, and then make sure that the CZB follows the same fulsome process so that the CZB matches that OCP that we're going to sign off on. Some specifics that I would recommend is there are, 16 sections to this CZB? Surely through our public engagement, we can zero in on some of the areas. For instance, agriculture. Have a specific public outreach opportunity for the ag community, for the forest community, for the industrial community, and then go over those general regulations with more public, because in those generals are things like food trucks, shipping containers, equestrian, lots of detail that people want to provide insights and know that they've been heard. And things like only 12 months for in-stream applications. Given how Mott, Ministry of Transportation and Transit, can hold up projects, 12 months might not be enough. 36 months might be a better window for in-stream applications. And I think that suffices. I guess one last comment, the application or utilization of general development variance permits, while it's a stop back, let's avoid them. Let's get it right before we have to use a lot of general variances, because that means somebody's got to write a report. It's got to come here. We got to read it. Somebody's got to present it. We got to question it. A lot of money for every variance permit that has to go through. So let's try to get it right at the outset. The catchphrase, the very overarching is, let's slow this thing down. Let's do it right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. When I started this day, I started out with the comment that the chair needs to be impartial, and I've had lots of tutoring around doing that. And so I think my job is to reflect on a few things, because this is really fundamentally communication. This is about talking to people, talking to your neighbors, talking to your community, talking to the broad community across the CVRD, and we need to do that. From all the feedback I've read and responded to, when you respond to people, the emails I got back were amazing. They were, thank you for hearing me, and here's some ideas. But if we don't do something with those ideas, then we have dropped the ball, because it's not just a reach out with one email. It's about saying, we've heard you, this is what we're doing, now tell us more. So the communication, to me, this is really the basic thing. And we've got to find a way, because I think there's an expectation, at least from my perspective, that that doesn't happen well enough and often enough. And I think there's an appetite out there for that to happen. And we have to find a way, even if it costs dollars, to mail every single person in this valley to say, this is what's happening next. Like, this idea that people subscribe and go there, it doesn't work for everybody. And so I think this part, I want to really emphasize communication is what this is all about. Well, it's about, in terms of the process. What this is all about, and you stole my thunder on this one, is about Bromley. This is about our kids and our grandkids and sort of what they are going to have as a life in the future going forward. And so I keep that in my vision in terms of what drives me. Directors, our role is in our name. We direct. So that's the key to this as well. And I think we just had our CAO ask us, what are we willing to do? And I think that's the piece I would, maybe provide a pathway forward in saying, are we comfortable to say, we want to do this, we'll slow it down, get it right, and let staff know that they don't have to try to compress things in to meet something that we thought maybe a month ago was the right process. So is that what I think staff are asking for that direction. So I'm looking around the table to you, would you need a motion for that? I'll just speak to that, yeah.
Speak to it? Yeah. So what I would suggest is if your intent here is to really just take a respectful pause, go back to the drawing board, take a look at the engagement process, take a look at the timeline and what resources we would need to put into that. I would say it would be advantageous just to also postpone the May events to give staff the opportunity to bring that back to you, make sure you're happy with it on the 15th. It might need a little bit more work after that. I just want to make sure you're feeling like you have enough time to process this, and our staff here have enough time to put something in front of you as well. But we don't want to be rushed by having to advertise and organize events, which we hope are well attended. So I would say postpone the May events, and we can have a revised schedule for you perhaps to consider later this month.
So moved. Do you have a seconder on that? Seconded discussion? Director McClinton?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm concerned about delaying them. Like, that's a month away. Like, that's a lot of time to digest these documents, and, you know, people got questions and they want to talk to us. I think we should at least keep some of them in May. Like, I'm happy to have the Saltaire one move forward. I think that's May 6th. You know, they're angry, but they don't have pitchforks. So, I mean, that may be a good place to start. Sorry, I shouldn't joke. Especially about anything violent. Yeah, anyways, I'm just concerned about, like, what, we're going to meet in June, like 2 months to sit on this? Is that good? I think we need to hear from the people as quickly as possible.
Yeah. And I'll turn back to our CAO.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, just wanted to say that just hearing the discussion around the table is you want to have, there's a long list here. I don't know how many items, but let's say 20 items that you would like some options and analysis done to consider. And I guess the question back to the committee is, do you want to do that work and get a document that you feel like is a good starting point before you go out to the community? Or do you want to do that in the opposite order? It's really up to you how you want to proceed. I would suggest that by what we've learned and, you know, some of the comments we're getting back, it might be advantageous to kind of dig in and do a little bit more work before we go to the next stage. But that is your call.
Right. So did you have a follow-up or?
I think that the knowledge of the committee will make the right decision, yeah.
Okay. All right. I had one director speak against this motion. Anybody else wants to speak against it, or is everybody for this? Against it? Okay. So Director Nicholson.
Yeah, I think we've got a lot of momentum going, and I think we should capitalize on it. I think people are expecting, it's been posted already on Plan Your Cowichan, that there will be open houses. I think, in fact, I would suggest that we add like 4 more so that we're going to the small community halls so they're manageable. I think that with our list, we know the big issues. I think we can do some prep work on some options other than what is in the thing that we can workshop with people. And that would be really, really good input. And I don't think that would be, I think you've got a month to prepare that is, from my perspective, should be ample time.
Okay. And Director Segal.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, all of my media releases this week, I've shared that we're doing public outreach in May, public meetings in May. I think we have the public's attention right now, and we really need to capitalize on that. And I agree with the workshop-y nature. I would like to have that information from the community, what their input is on the chicken regulations, the food truck regulations, that kind of thing, to then make a decision on where we go with this document. And also just to let you know, Chair, I have a Passover dinner that I'm already late for, so I'm hoping.
Okay. Yeah, I'll move it along. Okay. So thank you for that. Yep. Yes. Yep. Go ahead.
Just consulting with staff, so there isn't capacity to do more at the moment, but we can consider that interest for discussion on the 15th.
Okay. Thank you for that. Director Deck.
Yes, I guess I think the public input could help you with your work. So I would rather, like, what if you came up with something that the public was, again, not in favor of? So I don't know, from my point of view, I don't know how staff feels about this, but if it helps you, I'd like to know if it helps you to have the input first.
Okay.
Because, I don't know.
Yeah. I think it's, we'll move on to,
Push your button.
who wants to take that?
Hello, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try
There you
to
are.
take it. I agree with what's being said around the table. I mean, yes, there's momentum in the sense that a lot of people are really interested in this. The challenge for staff is that the public events we were planning to hold were based on the current draft. And what we were going to do is have tables where people could sit down and meet individually with planners to go over the proposed zones for their property. And what we're hearing is in some cases the zones aren't appropriate or there's something in the zone that's kind of messed up. And so I think what you're talking about maybe is more of a workshop format where we're going more with ideas. That's something we hadn't planned for yet, and it would involve the preparation of all kinds of materials that we haven't really got. I think it's a great idea, but I'm just not convinced we can do it, at least in the first half of May.
Right. And maybe this isn't all or nothing. So that's my 2 bits right now. Director Morrison.
I'm just going to suggest maybe some good governance principles here in that there's been a huge downloading of information from the community to us and to staff. It's at the end of a really long day, and staff are telling us that let's do this right. And I think we started the meeting with, let's slow down. And I think that makes sense. So I'd encourage everyone to support the resolution that's on the floor. And if staff, after we have our meeting on the 15th, come back and say, well, we can do something in the second half of May, then we can go ahead and do something in the second half of May. But until we have this discussion on the 15th, we're really just, guessing. So I'd suggest we pass the motion and hear what the rest of the public's questions are.
Maybe Director Segal to close. Oh, Director Ack? No, Director Segal.
Okay. I've had a really hard week, and I feel that the elected officials have really been thrown into the line of the fire with the draft that came out. There's a month to prepare. If we lose this opportunity that we have the attention of the public, I've been here 4 years, nobody's ever cared about local government. And we have this opportunity to gain that social license that Director McClinton talked about. The elected officials and staff, we gotta work together and support each other here to capitalize on that, to regain the trust of our community. And so I'm really not in favor of delaying these.
Director Nicholson.
I wanted to ask a question of whether it would be helpful to have a special EASC meeting before the 15th to talk about the charter.
Turn to staff for that question. Go ahead.
Through the chair, so the amended project charter, was just tabled kind of yesterday for staff with the postponement with the APC. And as I discussed kind of in my presentation, it's all pending kind of discussions with the new communications manager and things like that. I can't at this point in due conscience without kind of looking at everything, promise anything like that, especially with the requirement to have something on an agenda, the Friday before. That I think would be next, or to be honest with you, at this point, I don't have a clear understanding of timelines, like of what we can and can't do before the 15th.
Right. So I have this, before we go to a question, before we call the question, I feel like we're split. I also feel that this doesn't necessarily have to be an all or nothing answer. And I think we're framing it somewhat like that. I think Director Morrison did have a good point about we do have a bit of time on the 15th to maybe hear back from staff and understanding, because and on the other hand, we don't have to let these dates go. These dates can mean something in some sense. And whether I go sit and have a town hall like I did the other night, we get the momentum. We maintain the momentum. So I guess, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Can I get clarity? I thought we were voting on canceling those May meetings. And I also just want to say, democracy rules, it doesn't matter if we're split.
Yes, that's fair enough. Then your point is taken and it's correct. So can we have that read back, please?
Can I make my comment?
Oh, yes, of course.
Thanks. I'm not sure that everyone has an idea of the temperature of the communities here. Just because today's meeting was like calm and collected, I think we definitely need to get some clearer information out to the community that these we are even going to have to repair some of this FAQ has caused really a lot of negativity, including news releases and newspaper articles. Like we definitely need to, I mean, radio interviews, we need to like kind of slow down here and recognize that it's a lot of information that we're expecting the community to come along with. And in order to do that, we need to actually say, we heard you. And this is what we're doing now, because it's only gonna, I can't see that it's gonna cool off. And I think it's really naive and not fair for staff.
So which way, I'm not even sure which way that leans you.
I completely support having some more time. I'm not saying let's delay this. I'm just saying there's clearly not enough time to get where we need to get to for the next step. This meeting was actually, supposed to have some, it wasn't meant to just go instantly. This was just coming to us now. So we've heard the people. We need to take some notes and and do some changes and then present back out to the community, because no matter what, whether we have those meetings or not, we're going to make people who are truly affected by this wait. And this was stressful on me. I can't imagine being a staff person who's going to hold an open house in a month. Like we need to do some repairing. That's how, so I'm in favor of getting this right.
Thank you, Danielle.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help you guys get to a conclusion here and get to your dinner tables. But so the intention, as you know from the advertisement and the project charter discussion, was for staff to provide a presentation and explainer video and actually get into the document itself to facilitate feedback over a few hour session in each of the locations. Because of the amount of points that need to be further worked on, for the 15th, there could be a revised, more open house, town hall style discussion that could be considered, but we wouldn't, I don't think staff would feel comfortable presenting on the document as is, considering there's been interest to see so many revisions. So it might be just open house with a different kind of style and feel to it that's more, that's less reviewing the actual document itself is what I would propose.
And you're still working on the actual motion, Mr. Robbins?
I need some time.
Okay. Okay, and Director McClinton.
Yeah, just listening to all the comments and like the point of those meetings, I'm going to be changing my mind. I'll be voting to cancel those. And if my community is still wanting to talk about it, I'll just personally hold a community meeting on that day. Yeah, so let's slow down and give staff the time they need so they can present properly.
Yeah.
That's how I'll be voting.
All right. Do I see any other speakers? Seeing none, I just turn to our corporate officer to read the motion.
I'd ask you to take a short recess so I can confer with you.
Okay.
Procedurally.
All right. We'll take a short recess. We're not putting a time frame on it. We're just going to make sure we get the motion read out right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the pause. And we have a motion on the floor. I want to make sure we have the motion correctly. So Mr. Robbins will read that motion out. If it's not correct from the author, I'd like to have that edit done now. And then we will, unless there's further speakers, we will vote on that motion. So Mr. Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, we think we have what was captured, but we want to confirm that. And just as an aside, Chair, if I may, we were only conferring procedurally. We have a number of rules that we follow and procedures that we follow, legislated and bylaws, and we were just simply conferring with respect to how you move about making recommendations, because as we know, this committee reports up to the board, and so the decision-making point is the board, and that's all that we were talking about, is just procedurally. And so as we've captured it, and we can edit this, Director Morrison, as you see fit, that it be recommended to the board that current work on the draft comprehensive zoning bylaw be paused, including the open houses that are scheduled for May.
Dr. Morrison?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. And that, the seconder agreed with that? Okay. Further discussion, Director Nicholson?
I think I'd need clarification on what pause means, because we're in the middle of a project. What?
I would turn to Director Morrison.
So my understanding, my rationale for the motion was that we began the meeting with a motion to, I don't know what the exact wording was, but was to pause, and we've already heard from staff that a new or revised project charter was in the works. So the motion, because of all of the rationale that's been provided by staff, is that the motion, that the work be paused, not stopped, but paused, and that we're having a project charter update brought to us for discussion and debate on the 15th. So this motion is to enable that, and because of the short timelines associated with scheduling and arranging to have current applicable material available for the meetings, that the meetings in May are canceled. As of now, that could change after the 15th. Maybe rescheduled, maybe whatever, but then staff are at least going in with documentation and a package to present to the public that reflects what we've heard up until this date.
I'd like to call a question.
Well, I think we still have a director with the floor. Yes, the director with the floor. We haven't got to the question. So,
Well, I would like to follow up, because I would like it to be paused.
Challenge the chair.
the chair has been challenged. Shall the chair be sustained? Those in favor? Those opposed? So we have, the chair is sustained. So you do have the floor.
Then I would move to amend the motion to add pause until April 15th, after which time we'll clearly have a plan to move forward.
Is that a technicality? Sorry?
If I may.
Yeah, please weigh in.
Thank you, Chair. And so that's the reason why we pause, because again, you report up to the board, and we understand you don't want to, you want staff to continue and be able to report back to you on the April 15th. And so the intention is, to the extent that staff will come back with a revision and provide you with some guidance how they may or may not be able to achieve what you're looking for in the period of time, everything goes back up to the board. If you put that into the motion, then you got to wait till April 22nd until the board considers your recommendation. And so,
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So no seconder for the amendment. We have a motion on the table. Question has been called. All those in favor? Those opposed? All right. So motion carries. So with that, do we have any other motions on the table before we move to the people who have been patiently waiting for question period? Because I have one more thing to say. Director, or Mr. Robbins, I'm going to make everybody a director today. Anyways, there was nothing further there. So my last point is, we engage here at the CVRD some pretty amazing talent. And this has not been an easy project because it's the director's job to listen to the community and say, we are hearing you. The staff help us get that done. And the things that we need to change in a document are coming through our filter as well. So they really assist us, but they are amazing. When you think that we had 1,000 pages of individual documents and we're getting down to 300, and if you say that 300 and you look through it and read it, there's probably 80 pages that are those comprehensive zones. So, you know, it's getting there. And I think we need it simpler. We need to make it easier to read. We need to make it understandable. So that's part of the job moving forward. But I'd just like to, commend staff. They are doing their job. They're doing what we're directing them to do as directors, and they're following that. And, sometimes you see us wrestle with decisions, and it's because we're trying to come within the system the right way to support getting this out to people. So we may not be perfect, we may not get it always right, but we will get it out there. And with that, I would move that, or have Ms. Robbins, where are we on the agenda?
You're at question period.
All right. So with question period, there's a bit of a preamble, or you have it, or I have it?
I can bring it up, and sorry that
I
I've got
probably
so
have it
many
right here.
documents. No, I can quickly bring it up. My apologies.
Just be nice.
Yeah, I can just say the same thing. It's the whole community I started with. Ayatach Su Sitsawatachu, which means please be kind and respectful. So welcome to question period. There you get 2 questions, and then anything after that, please send to zoning@cvrd.bc.ca. So who would like to come up and ask a question? And state your name and where you're from, please. Okay, sorry. Help with your microphone you have the little button on the base. Thank you for that help. Okay.
Thank you. Oh, wow, that's loud.
Start again.
Okay. Hi, Georgia, Cowichan Valley. So I know you said specifically questions. I didn't get a chance to come up at the start just because there was a lot of people.
Yeah.
And the thing that I have concerning is about one of the things that was brought up here. So it's not necessarily a question, but we were talking about having citizens' voices heard in these. So I wrote up a little thing. So when we were talking about mixed buildings, and the parking situation, I think it's a wonderful opportunity for us to have those mixed buildings because we are in a housing crisis, and having as many buildings suitable and legal for housing residents, I think is absolutely amazing.
So maybe you can frame it in a question and just say, how can you make that? How can you make mixed buildings and parkings user-friendly?
Yeah, how can you make this user-friendly?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Chairman.
Yeah. Okay. And let me.
That's number 1.
Let me answer the question though.
Oh, yeah. Hit me with it.
Okay. So I think, you're saying it's about the mixed-use buildings and parking, and how can you make it more user-friendly? And I think that this is part of the challenge of the zoning bylaw, that we need to be able to find a way that works for people. So right now, you can go to zoning at at cvrd.bc.ca if you had a very specific question around it. But I think the challenge for us is when we get to the end of this process, that you can stand up there and input and go like, yeah, you got it right. Okay? And did you have a second one?
I do.
Okay.
Okay. This one is about the parking specifically, and I have a bit to say. So when it comes to the parking, I have a lot of people in my lives that like Chairman Segal. She chairman too?
Yeah, she is.
Like
Yep.
Chairman Segal said, like with shorter batteries.
Right.
And also older folks that like to go on really long drives and scenic drives in our beautiful land here. And they need a recharging station, and more that are in the valley. And also personally, I have a scooter. It's my sole mode of transportation, and I'm seeing more and more of these vehicles pop up around town. They provide accessibility to so many people that don't have licenses, aren't able to afford cars, car insurance, any of those things. And they make a huge impact on people's ability to maneuver in the community. Our buses are great, but they do not have enough buses scheduled for it to be a comfortable full-time source of transportation. I use a scooter to go from town to town, and charging stations, the only one I have is in my home.
Okay, so I'm going to help you with a question.
I have a question though
Okay,
at the end.
good,
I promise.
okay.
I'm almost done.
Okay, good.
And it restricts my ability to get to and from. Being able to charge downtown in stores I would think is quite important, because I know that a lot of businesses, and I've worked at multiple different businesses, they don't allow you to charge your scooter or your bike inside. So, blah, 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 I'll skip.
Right to the question. And I'll help you with it if you need.
Yes, okay. If there is going to be a discussion amongst the committee to iron out whether or not that is voted on, because it's already something that's been in there, but I know that there's been a lot of questions to change the current bylaw. How can we know when those decisions are going to be made? There's your question.
Okay, so thank you very much. Knowing when the decision made is sort of a two-way street. So one of the ways is that you can go into the CVRD website and subscribe. So you can go right, there's two ways to do it. You can go to cvrd.bc or .ca, and there's a subscribe button that will get you everything. Or you can go into Plan Your Cowichan and Plan Your Cowichan is another website that all the projects are put on. And under that, there's the Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw, the CZB. Click on that, and there's another one that will give you specifically the CZB subscriptions. And also a lot of documents. So those updates that you get from the subscriptions will tell you when there's meetings around this, documents that get added, anything that is pushed out to people that have subscribed. That's one way. I think the other way is to track the meetings that occur. Right, so there is a way to go into the CVRD, and if you play around with it just a little bit, you'll see how to get into meeting minutes or meeting agendas, and those come out every Friday. And if you have the subscription, you're going to get an email saying, this meeting's coming up, and you look for the meetings with the Electoral Area Services Committee. That's this committee, and that will have an agenda, and just look on the agenda, you'll see what's coming up. There's also the documents are put there too. Okay.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your questions. Anybody else that wants to come up? And if you'll state your name and where you're from.
My name is Rebecca Papadopoulos. I'm from Area E. My questions are around business licensing. I noticed as I was reviewing the documents that there's several references to business licensing, and currently there isn't business licensing within the electoral areas, but there's several points within the CZB that actually refer to business licensing. And I'm wondering whether, again, there's kind of whether somehow that is being embedded into the CZB, or whether there's going to be, really my question is that if the intention is to have business licensing in conjunction with the CZB as being part of that change. When is that decision going to be brought back to the public to weigh in on? Based on the discussions I've heard so far, and even at this table, there hasn't been a tremendous amount of support around business licensing in the electoral areas, but yet it was showing up throughout
In the
those
language.
documents. Yeah.
Thanks for the question, and I will attempt to do this, and I may have to refer to staff, but in my viewpoint, we as a board have put in place basically an umbrella for having a business license, but we don't have business licenses. But we have the umbrella language that allows it. And so if in the future we ever did one, we'd have to make a decision at this committee to recommend to the board to have a particular business license for any, whichever particular business we want to focus on to have. So nothing's there, but it is sort of enabling language. So if we do have one in the future, then it's there to be utilized. So, but maybe this is something staff will take consideration and say, do we need to have this in there right now if we don't actually have a business license?
I think it's causing concern within the
Okay.
community for sure to see that there. It almost comes across as a way of like kind of slipping that in there without having the specific discussion.
Did that answer your question?
It does, yeah.
Okay, all
Thank
right.
you.
And you had to get another one.
I do. I have lots. I'm deciding which one I'm gonna ask here.
Okay.
The I'll ask one that's, I guess, related to the, well, actually, I'll go on to abattoirs and on-farm processing. During the discussion earlier, there was a mention of abattoirs being discussed as a acceptable use under the heavy industrial categorization, I believe. In many cases, we have abattoirs that are located on agricultural land and even within the ALR. Farmers fought hard and long in order to have on-farm processing as well. I think there's a lot of concern within the community about whether there's any moves around trying to only allow those processing uses on industrial land and not on farms and within the ALR. So I guess my question is, does the CZB allow abattoirs and on-farm processing within the agricultural zones specifically?
Yeah, I would refer this one sort of, the perspective I have on it is the agricultural land regulations, the ALR, permits abattoirs on farmlands. And so the CZB can't supersede the ALR regulations. So speaking personally, because I do have an abattoir, I do slaughter on my farm, I have a farm license, there are requirements in the zoning that sort of match up with the requirements of what you need to be a licensed abattoir. So the idea of heavy industrial, I believe, may be opening up for, I have to refer to staff about why in heavy industrial, but I don't ask them to do that now, but I would bring back about what is the purpose of an abattoir on heavy industrial. But as far as on agricultural land, it's permitted, from my understanding, it's permitted within the ALC. So.
Right. Yeah, and we're going to need more of those facilities in the long run as agriculture grows. So hopefully that's still there.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
No, not. Okay. But I will take that one to staff and have that one noted if someone is doing that noting.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Tippett, I know you're. So. Anybody else? Oh, you have to press the button too, please, yeah. And just your name and where you're from.
I'm Adam. I'm from Cobble Hill.
Hi, Adam.
And I've been formulating my question. Mostly something I haven't seen discussed a lot is the rezoning in Area C and elsewhere. But there's hundreds of properties in Area C alone that are being rezoned from RR3 and RR2 to R1. And under that, the permitted use of agriculture or limited agriculture on all of those properties would be removed. Many people have livestock and chickens and roosters as well, and that also falls within the GCB growth containment boundary. And I'm just wondering what the rationale is behind that, and how will you go about notifying people about how their land and how they can use their land changes? If that works as a question.
That works as a question, and this is one that I will refer to staff. It's not just, as you mentioned, it's not just Area C.
Shawnigan as well.
Shawnigan, and up in Area H as well, so where I come from. So staff are aware of it, and I will have them response. So just so you're clear, the response will come back at the April 15th meeting. So when we get to question period there, I will read out the responses, and they'll be available for people. But yeah, that's good question, and hopefully staff will have an answer for you next meeting. Did you have a second question?
Yeah, kind of in that same vein, grandfathering of livestock. How is that kept track of, recorded, etc.?
Yeah. Is there more to that question, or just specific?
I'm probably not forming it very well, but
Yeah. Can I help you? Am I allowed?
I'm just curious if, I'm hoping there would be amendments to this and this would be completely changed, but say it didn't, what would happen to people's animals?
Well, I think that question ties into the first question, and so if I will get an answer to both of those, how it does, because I think the biggest thing from my perspective, when we get an answer to you, is that grandfathering of livestock isn't something that should occur. And I don't think anybody here wants to see that. So we need to find a way to make that work, because I raise my cows and I do that. I don't know how I'd ever grandfather them, because honestly, we moved 20 years to go to the farm, and I still have the same herd. And so there's the mums and daughters, and I keep them. So I hear what you're saying, because they could be there for centuries.
Yeah, because I know many people are concerned about this very thing.
Yeah.
So I appreciate it.
Yeah. And Adam, if you have more questions, because these are really good questions, please send them to zoning@cvrd.bc.ca.
Will do.
Okay, thank you. I saw you waiting in the corner there. So it's still on now. So just your name and where you're from.
My name's Kim. I'm from Shawnigan Lake. And just a question around if there's going to be a change to how the bylaws are enforced. So it's my understanding that we've been operating on a complaint-based system, which does allow a lot of flexibility on rural properties pertaining to RV living and things like that. So I'm wondering if there's a lot of talk in the community forums around there being more proactive, I think, move towards a different form of enforcement of these bylaws. So I'm just wondering if there will be a change in that way.
My understanding, no.
Okay.
Simple as that. We're changing zoning bylaws, but we're not changing anything around enforcement.
So it'll remain complaint-based?
Complaint-based, yeah.
Okay. And my second question is, could you provide a little bit more rationale around the prohibition of roosters?
I would love to say what my opinion are on them, but I will return that. Well, I'll refer that one to staff. But I will tell you that 4 o'clock in the morning on my farm, the birds start, and then the Canada geese start, and then the roosters start. So, but I will refer that one back to staff about why the prohibition of roosters, because I think it refers. You are talking about perhaps parcel size is tied to that.
I'd like clarity. I think my understanding is that there's a kind of ban on them. I don't know if that's correct or not.
Oh, I see. Okay, so I will pass that one to staff about, is there a prohibition on roosters, and what are the restrictions around them?
Because I think that takes away from like legacy flocks, and then there's a lot of concerns around that.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will comment though about that if you are on agricultural land, that does not apply.
I'm rural residential.
Yeah, so and if so specific questions about your specific lot, you can send into zoning at cvrd.bc.ca. I'm flooding them with questions now, but that's a specific lot you can ask specifically and say, what's the rules around this?
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank
thanks.
you.
Thanks for waiting all day.
I apologize. I was watching all day. I just got here late after work.
Okay, and your name and where you're from, please.
My name is Lyle Jordan. I'm a resident of North Cowichan and a business owner and a father here in the Valley. Just to take a quick minute, I do want to thank the board, both present and that came in virtually throughout the day and the last few days that have put up with the thousands of individuals that have come to you and said, what is going on? And I'm one of them, as you probably already know. Specifically,
I'm
going to...
Lyle.
Yes, sir. Yes, and I'll move as soon as you ask me to.
No, you're fine.
So I wanted to quickly fill in an area of concern and then back that with two questions, if that's okay with the board. First off, out of the current CZB, we're looking at a total of 46 total policies that were available to us. 24 of them are actually new policies. That answers a question that was presented by the board today. That creates 4 absorbed from other standard bylaws. 15 were updated versions of existing provisions from other bylaws. 3 recently amended via past amendment, so the 2015 indoctrinations. And then 24 completely new, never heard of before, no predecessor policies in place from this new OCP. That's from my assessment. I could be wrong. However, I put a lot of kind of effort the last 4 days into this as part of my, I'm not going to work today. So with that, I have a question that's premonitory to the CZB being enacted, and it's based on the OCP. In my research, I've kind of been looking through all the available documentation put out. And so the question is presented to the board and the CAO that during the approval period of the OCP, was there an exclusion permitted by the province to incorporate the OCP, or was there ministerial approval given to the CVRD to enact the OCP on November 26, 2025?
Well, that one I'll have to get back to you on.
I
Guarantee
could have
that.
quoted you on that.
Yeah.
I think that's a really big concern because as some of the general public do not know, if there's no ministerial assent or an exclusion given by the province, the OCP is dead in the water. It cannot be enforced legally, and it's premonitory to 4710 being adopted.
But you said you had a second question too.
Yes.
Yeah.
So my second question to that would be if everything is in line with respect to the approvals. My apologies, there's a lot of questions, but I'm trying to pick the best one.
Yeah, pick the best
and
one.
I'll email you the rest, don't worry.
Well, no, it's, zoning.
Yes,
Yeah.
but I'll email everybody else just because I can.
But if you do, like, just so clear, it really helps us. We've got such a, as you mentioned, such a ton.
Mm-hmm.
If you do zoning, you can CC as many as you want, but send it to zoning as a main person.
100%, I will, yes. As many of you have read my document already, the document that I sent in was a formal demand to stop the process in its tracks, retract, rebuild. My question here today is the finalization of that document. This is such a large document with 24 different policies coming in that's going to affect well over 100,000 people in the area. I think that the conversation needs to be more than just the board. Whilst the public has no ability to promote the idea of an external voting power, in other words, removing the board from the choice of adopting this bylaw as a whole or not, would the board be opposed to assent voting and basically giving their discretionary effect to passing over the adoption requirement for the CZB to a referendum that could be placed on the October ballot? This would effectively put the decision-making process to adopt all of the policies that are written here for one overlapping area to the residents of this area, which I think, argumentatively, the thousands of people that have stood up today and over the weekend want to have their voice not just heard, but their vote counted.
So let me be clear. You are referring to the CZB?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the question is, would the board be able to, or be willing to do assent voting for the CZB?
Yeah, so it's the board's discretion to pass this assent to a referendum. We cannot as a public.
You know, that's an impossible question for me to answer, because I cannot speak for the board. And staff cannot speak for the board. So it's one of those things where, I don't know, I think you may have put the first question I've seen put forward where I don't know if we can provide you an answer. I will send this back to staff to see if there is an answer for that, but, yeah, it's a board, if it's a board decision, it's a board decision.
From my understanding of the LGA, 477 subsection 2, it is discretionary upon the board to pass this to public
But
referendum.
I can't answer you for the board about whether to do it or not. Yeah.
100%, yeah.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you very much for
thank you.
allowing me to make my input today.
Thanks, Lau. Okay.
We make it clear that it's only for electoral areas. He said 100,000 people.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Right. Yeah, and just so you know that we're about 30,000 in the electoral areas.
My apologies.
Yeah, okay,
I
yeah,
was
yeah.
including the back end.
Now, I think you've had your 2 questions.
That was another day. That was last week.
Okay.
I started off with y'all.
All right, and thanks for everybody's patience. We're almost there, I think.
Okay, kiddo. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Board of Directors. My name is Joyce Benson. I reside in North Cowichan. However, we are also property owners in Cowichan Bay Farm. So these bylaws, as we've experienced, have been seen as extreme and irrational. I'll just say that, and then I'll go to my questions.
Please do.
Because it has been very concerning for many people locally. And I may have mentioned last week, but I'm 5th generation Cowichan Valley. What criteria were used to determine whether the public input would result in changes to the OCP? And can the CVRD provide examples of where community input in regards to farmers and rural living specifically directly influence the final adopted policies?
I didn't capture it all, but I'm sure staff have. And this is, again, I feel like I'm responsible to be able to answer, but I can't do that here. That's a pretty big question, and so I will get staff to work on that one. And we'll attempt to bring that one back next meeting on the 15th.
It's an important one?
They're all important.
Well, it's what the whole process has been exemplified as being kind of, and this experience that you're all enduring is reflective of a very long time problematic situation in our area as to how government treats people and our situation. So I'm just saying, don't be surprised, but I'm back to number 2.
But you know the respect, like the kind.
Yes, thank you very much, but it's indicative
I'm
of
hearing you, but
bigger
kind
problems.
kind and respectful, please.
Yep, it's just the truth, sorry. So number 2 question, then considering the public input was completely ignored during the OCP, why would they now consider public input, and what has changed? With that last question, considering a large portion of the community was and is completely against the modernized, highly complex OCP and was completely ignored, if it's determined that there was procedural issues and errors in regards to the OCP process, what mechanisms are in place to review or address the concerns of procedural fairness?
You know, when a question is asked, the whereases that come before are very important, and I guess. And I don't have the ability to answer this, but I would suggest that I would turn this to staff. But the whereases are something that I would also ask them to check the validity of. okay? Because if the validity of the whereas isn't there, it makes it very hard to move to the question too. So, but I will refer that to staff for.
Well, this really is, I think, the crux of what we're experiencing here is how is the OCP handled with public input being totally against that process being approved, and now we're here again in a follow-up process. That's sort of the crux of why the question is so relevant, and I do feel that there needs to be some form of answering that for us to move forward as a community, as a government, everything. So how do we get the answer to that?
Well, I think I will have staff address the whereas, and I'll simply put it this way. One of the things I can speak for my community, is that there was public consultation. People, we got together as a group within the community. We had many these community circles. We had lots of input. The ideas book is full of public input in terms of what happened. And so the whereas that you say there wasn't any public input, from my perspective, I want staff to actually look at that and say, here is what the public input, so you can actually have that in a document to say, this is the public input that went in. And then you can say, and then we can answer the second part of the question, which is, what mechanisms were in place? Right?
And so how and where do we get that response?
That's where I will come back. But I'm saying these are meaty subjects that I don't know if I can commit that they'll be ready for the next meeting, but I will follow up. I will follow up with staff and see when we can get these back, and I will announce that at the next meeting. If we don't have it available, we will have it as soon as we can. So, yeah.
Because
come back to the meetings.
Thank you. That question is not just my question. That is a bigger, broader input question.
Yep.
Of great concern to the process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm looking around the room. Yeah, if you can come up and state your name and your question and where you're from.
My name is Bruce Alexander. I live in Glenora for approximately 13 years. I moved to Glenora for social and cultural reasons. Before that time, I first visited for an agricultural workshop. There is a question I want to get to after explaining a basis for my question.
Can it be pretty compacted?
Well, given what you and everybody on the staff here, all of the people who I unwillingly pay through enforced tax is, I have to question a little effort to tighten up a very small feedback question, points of very great concern. And by the way, I have had quite an unusual life. As I said to the bylaw officer who visited my home yesterday, oddly, I didn't invite him to come. Somebody else invited a bylaw officer to come to my home, and I had a very reasonable conversation with him. I have a long history of the CVRD in my home, and I know the workings of the structure of neighbors and the CVRD, which I guess is law, legalisms, government, something like government or something done in the name of government, combined with the court system here, all of which, I did want to say, I have lived at various times before coming here in places that are small examples of proper societal structures. I could say a lot about this, and what I'm seeing here is...
Okay, now you're telling us about a lot of things, but I have yet to even get an inkling.
Yeah, I'm laying out a basis for my question.
But not even an inkling of where your question is coming from.
Well, I understand that the views of some people here, such as my director, are so foreign to...
So first of all, that's not acceptable.
I'll withdraw it then.
Okay, but if you can get to the question, then we can maybe understand a little bit more. I understand a little bit of where you're coming from, but do you have that question?
Yes, I'm getting to one or two questions, and...
I don't feel like it. I'm not feeling like it's coming.
So I have looked at some of new structures, new bureaucratic structures, which involve the possibility of a $50,000 fine. And that's per day. So I'm saving up because I've also read that the new structures will permit 6 cats at my home, maximum, no, 5. I'm only permitted 5 cats. I'm only permitted 5 cats with these new structures. And I have 6. So I'm saving up for the fine, the enforced fines. Now here's my question.
Okay.
I have to, so what I...
No, that's not your question.
So I'll really get to it. So
no,
I see...
You're not getting to it, so
I see...
please help me out.
I see that a very powerful structure which involves every aspect of my life. My cats.
Point of order. You need to get to your question.
Yes.
The chair's been very patient. Please ask your question.
Yes. And I've also read, as I know, that a bylaw officer and such people...
I've just turned the podium off. There's no more continuing unless you have a question, period.
Okay, what if I just complete that?
Nope.
And get, okay.
Questions now.
Okay, a question.
Okay, I'll give you the podium back if you're able to ask a question. Okay, so press the button on the bottom. Yep.
Yes. So my question, and by the way,
nope.
Well, look, I have to ask who the question is directed to because I wish to give
the question now, or you can have a seat.
My question to everybody on the staff is
not to staff. This is to me.
Well, that was my question. It's only to you, is it?
Yes.
A question to you. Okay. Are you serious? My question to you then, okay, fine. Well, are you aware of the impact of the structures which are being discussed? Are you aware of the impact on my life, on everybody's life? And if you are aware of that,
no,
okay, that's it.
That's a question.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. I would say after 300 emails, I have a little bit of insight. I don't have all the insight because I don't walk the footsteps of everybody, but I am hearing, and when I am able to have a dialogue with people, I get a better insight of where they're coming from, and it is a variety of people. I think the biggest thing here is the celebration of the diversity we have and thoughts and ideas. So that's my answer is I have an insight to it, but I do not have a complete awareness until, well, I'm not Buddha, but I don't have enlightenment. But you have a second question now, and stick to the question, please.
Are you looking to expand your understanding of what proper societal structures might look like?
Stand by. Yes? What? Actually, question period is open. So, you know, my answer is yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else would like to come? See no others at the mic. Anybody online? So I would motion to adjourn. So moved. And motion, everybody for favor? And I would call this meeting adjourned, and I would ask the directors to stay back, please. Did I miss something? Did I miss anything?